right. Oh, hold on. There we go. All right. What up, everybody? It's your boy, the Infinite Dragon here, and welcome to Slay the Princess. I actually pretty recently got recommended the game Scarlet Hollow by a friend of mine, Evie Ren. Um, and this is by that same company. So I really enjoyed what I played of was it Sleepy Hollow, Scarlet Hollow, Scarlet Hollow. I don't know what I said. Scarlet Hollow. Um, and I'm really enjoyed what I played of that. So we're gonna play Slay the Princess as it's made by the same company. I think this is actually the full game as opposed to it being released in episodes for Scarlet Hollow. But if you're watching this on YouTube, you're watching an archive stream. I go live on Twitch. I mean every day, basically. I mean all but Sunday for a fact. So if you want to check me out live, link is always in the description down below, as well as a link to my Discord. Well, I want you to know what I'm thinking about doing, how I'm feeling, all that good stuff. So, just make sure. There we go. Oh. Why is my computer doing that? Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm trying to figure out my computer is freaking out. Or rather, my OBS is freaking out on my computer. Okay, no, that's bad. We're good. I think. It did it again. Let me check. Make sure everything's fine on my end. Hold on. It looks fine. Yeah, it looks fine. I don't know why it's telling me that it's doing that. Alright, well, I guess we'll just deal with that for right now. When people start filtering in, I'll see what's going on. But yeah, it looks fine on my end.
You're on a path in the woods, and
Oh.
at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
I thought I was gonna have to do some voice acting. I got my tea ready and everything.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Hold on, give me 1 second. So let's see. The end of the world. What are you talking about? Have you considered that maybe the reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up? That's a good point. Killing the princess. Killing the princess kind of seems bad, though, doesn't it? Can't someone else do it? Forget it. I'm not doing this. Have you ever considered that maybe I'm okay with the world? I think, damn. Do I get some sort of reward for doing this? Okay, thanks for telling me what to do. Sweet, I've always wanted to do off a monarch. Vive la revolution. I'm not French, so silently continue to the cabin, turn around and leave. Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about, bro?
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
But how can a princess be locked up in the basement and end the world? Yes, that's what I would like to know. If you don't tell me why she's dangerous, I'm not gonna kill her. Yeah. Let's I think that's what's gonna go, what I'm gonna choose right there. Do you have any evidence to back this up? Have you considered that maybe she, okay. Killing the princess seems kinda bad though, okay. If you don't tell me why she's dangerous, I'm not gonna kill her.
She's not dangerous. She's just a princess. The danger comes if she gets out, which she will unless you do something about it.
You're being awfully vague. I want specifics. Give me specifics.
The more specifics you have, the harder it will be for you to do this very important job. She's a princess. People will listen to her, because listening to her is in their nature. And when they do, everything will come crashing down.
Do you have any evidence to back this up?
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
Have you considered that, maybe the only reason she's gonna end the world is because she's been locked up in a she's been locked up in a basement?
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up. And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation.
Okay.
Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that. It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything.
Okay, but how do you know that? You're not giving me the information that I want to know, narrator, man.
Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
I'm not doing this. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending? Yeah, what about that shit, huh? Do I get some kind of reward for doing this? Look, I'll go to the cabin and I'll talk to her and see, and if she's as bad as you say she is, then maybe I'll slay her. But I'm not committing to anything until I've had a chance to meet her face to face. Okay, I'm still get this over with. Okay, thanks for telling me what to do. Just make the world explode simple? Right. I've always wanted to offer Monarch. Sound like you take the camera, turn around and leave. Let me think. Because, like, I understand that we're on our way here, but, like, why would I trust you? Some random voice that I can hear. I'll go to the cabin and I'll talk to her, and maybe if she's bad as if you'll say, maybe I'll fucking slay her, alright? But I'm not committing to anything until I've had the chance to meet her face to face.
Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out.
You do realize that I have no reason to trust you. You're just some voice I hear.
Then each and every one of us is doomed.
Oh, I almost don't care.
So sure, go, talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us.
Okay, that's what I'll fucking do then, huh?
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
Don't talk for me.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Okay, proceed to the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
I know that voice. What voice? Who? The narrator voice? Hold the fuck up. I'ma hang out. I'ma.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Okay. Hold on, I'll explore. Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
This is all rather convenient, isn't it? Like, I walked into the cabin, and I walked into the cabinet. I walked into the cabin, and the blade was already on the fucking table, ready for me to go. Why didn't I bring one if I had the intention of killing her? Like, I don't understand.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
You guys actually can't see it, but I had a little beast claw for a mouse pointer, and now that I've taken the blade, my mouse pointer is now a stabby thing.
Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
Ooh.
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
It did kind of sound like that.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Hi.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Come on down.
I'm fucking screaming in real time. No. We're gonna go fucking die in hell. No, how dare they do this to me, to my bitch. I love him. He's evil. I miss him. I'll stab him. How dare he's so rude of him. You alternate dimension having bitch. Dizzy, what are you talking about? Who is this voice actor that you're referring to? I'm at work, but I'm still here, just in the background. All right, official throw. Well, we chilling.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
I'm official throw. Do me a favor. Can you tell me if the stream looks okay on your end? Daisy said it looks fine. I want to make sure it looks okay on your end. My OBS is telling me that we're locked at 30 frames, and I don't know why it's doing that. I've never seen it do that before.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world? Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
I haven't decided yet.
How about you drop the knife and the two of us just talk?
Look how reasonable she's being. We should just drop the blade and talk things out.
I don't know who the voice of the hero is, but tell him to shut the fuck up.
Don't you dare.
The narrator should also shut the fuck up.
It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
It looks fine. I don't see any lag, and the voice actors aren't stuttering. Okay, weird. I don't know why it's doing that then. I've never seen OBS do that before. I was told that you're dangerous, so I'm not gonna let go of my little blade.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
Why?
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
What if she isn't bluffing? What if she kills us? Are you sure she's not armed? I'm sorry, can we just talk? I'm not dropping the blade. Drop the blade, slay the princess. Can we just talk?
You're so close. Don't give up. You've come this far.
I'm not giving up.
No, this is a good idea. Maybe we can de-escalate things.
Oh, threatened, are we? You poor thing. Drop the knife, and of course we can talk.
So this is a very interesting circumstance, because I thought she was going to come in and be all sweet and whatnot, right? But she's not. What she's doing is she's demanding things. She's fully taking control here. And I don't know what to do. I think it should, no matter what, I think I should keep my hand on the blade. I'm not dropping it. The voice actor is motherfucking Jonathan Sims. He played the embodiment for the all-seeing, the all-knowing from a show. His title later in the show went from the archivist to the eye, and he's literally made people explode or murder themselves from fucking fear. The narrator, that bitch, how dare he, but also him being here as narrating is very fitting. Okay, so don't trust anyone is what you're saying. I'm not dropping the blade.
Then I'm not talking to you.
Squint at the princess while holding the blade.
You stare at the princess, squinting. She squints back. The two of you are gonna do this forever, aren't you?
Hell yeah. Squint at the princess even harder.
You squint even harder.
Do not trust the narrator specifically. His empathy and sympathy levels are in hell.
So does she. At least nobody's dying right now. You're going to have to make a choice. You can't keep squinting forever. Eventually, someone is going to have to blink.
Hey man, you don't know me. You don't know my life. Ah, fuck. It will. Alright, fine. We'll drop it.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment,
You got some big ass eyes.
step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed. We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
Alright, fine. Jonathan Sims also is dual voice acting here, and I low-key love it. It's pretty good. He's got a good voice for it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Relationship? Wait. Are you coming on to me? How, would I get you out of here? I'm here because you're supposed to end the world. There's people out here. No, let's start with that. A relationship? What the fuck are you talking about?
Don't jump to any weird conclusions. We're two people who have met each other. By definition, we have a relationship.
Okay, fine. Alright, I'm here because you're supposed to end the world or some shit. There's people out there that think you're gonna end the world. What do you have to say to that? Actually, yeah, let's start with that. What's your name?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
I'm not going to do that.
Note the lack of detail. You can't trust her.
I'm here because you're supposed to end the world or some shit.
Don't just tell her that.
That's cute. Do you believe that? Do you think I'm some sort of monster?
Well, the way your eyes are drawn currently, yes.
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
No, they have not. No, I was hoping you'd tell me. No, but I'm sure they have their reasons for keeping that information secret to me. No, I don't. No. And if I'm being honest, I'm more inclined to trust you than I'm inclined to trust them. I don't think I trust either of you currently. I was hoping you'd tell me, though.
Ending the world seems like an awful lot for just one person to do. I wouldn't even know where to start.
I believe her. She doesn't have to know how to destroy the world to be capable of doing it.
Fine. You have a point.
At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. That doesn't sound right to me. And I don't think it sounds right to you either. Otherwise, we'd be killing each other instead of talking.
Yeah, this is true.
She has a point. There's a reason I've been telling you to question the situation, and there's a reason you've listened.
I realize this because I don't know any context to the world we're in, what's going on. I don't have any context to anything. You're telling me to come in here and kill a person.
So, I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure you think you want to hear. But you don't really know me, do you? What can my word possibly be worth in a situation like this?
She's right about one thing. Her word isn't worth anything.
Neither is yours, bitch, says the man who literally destroyed the world, Mr. Sims.
Like I said, it's all about trust. Blind trust. So do you trust me, the prisoner, the victim, the princess clearly incapable of ending the world? Or do you trust whoever put me here?
She's wrong. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch, no less.
How long have you been down here?
too long.
The way she's speaking, I trust no one. I agree. I don't trust anyone here. How would I get you out of here? I don't actually want to ask that. Okay, I think this ends the dialogue, so how would I get you out of here?
You can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't, well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting, right?
Well, the voice of the hero makes that implication sound like she's gonna cut off her own hand. I thought she would just use it to lockpick the fucking chains. Also, her eyes are not sharp. Look how round those fucking eyes are.
She is. I'm sure of it.
Okay, we've talked enough.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
Not at all.
You know why you're here.
Slay the princess is the first option. I'm getting you out of here, examine the chains. I'm going to keep you locked away down here, at least for a bit. We can get to know each other while I decide on what to do. I'm gonna go with 3.
That seems like a pretty good compromise. Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
Okay, well, if she's probably gonna find a way out anyway, wouldn't she? So that's why you came down. That's why you told me to come down here and kill her.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. You can make it easier for both of us if you help. And if you don't, I can promise that you'll come to regret that decision.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
I made my decisions. I'm locking her in the basement. Okay, let's get out of here, Slay the princess. I made my decision.
I know you think this is a fair compromise, but it isn't. No one wins here.
She could possibly be an ally or spare you. She just threatened me, and there's no way I trust the narrator to either. So, like, no, I don't trust either of them.
It's a chance we'll have to take. We can make this work. If we just stay here and keep watch, no one has to die.
You're making a mistake.
You turn your back to the princess and make your way to the stairs.
It won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
Sorry and shit.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing.
I knew she's gonna get out. The fucking narrator wanted me to come down here because she was going to fucking slip out anyway. She's gonna get out. This is not a surprise.
Either way, she dropped her mask, didn't she? You can still turn around and finish the job.
That's a relief. I was afraid I'd already committed to not slaying her. Help her? Okay, I want everybody to know that Official Throat, their favorite character in Dragon Ball Z is Frieza. I just want everyone to put... This is just context for everybody to know, alright? They're going to choose the one... They're going to choose the chaotic evil approach, alright? That's just what's going to happen. Dizzy says no. I'm saying we're sticking to the plan.
It'll be the death of all of us, but fine. Have it your way. You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade. Okay, we can make this work. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out? It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. It's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like Something out of a nightmare.
She fucking never held the facade that she wanted us to. She always maintained evil, but I don't trust the narrator either, you know what I mean? So
As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it.
oh no.
You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker.
Why would she be getting weaker?
No, it doesn't.
So all of that was just an act, wasn't it? You're not really innocent or harmless. You're not even a princess. You're a monster.
I can be innocent and harmless if I want to be. Teasing me with fresh air and a chance to finally live freely doesn't inspire me to play nice.
I just wanted to know more about the situation. Is that so bad?
And huddle up against the wall.
I just wanted to know more. Why were you down there? I didn't even get the chance to ask you. See, you made her mad? Man, fuck her.
You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way. Where is she?
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
You're welcome.
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach. Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills.
I'm, black. I don't turn green. Mr. Sims is also a Brit. Hey, I figured.
What a shame. If you'd only helped me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
Like what?
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
I'd say better luck next time, but we both know this is the end, don't we?
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 2. Ha!
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Wait, so what the fuck?
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
I'm getting a terrible sense of deja vu.
A terrible sense of deja vu? No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here.
A reset? It did say chapter 2.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Shh! What if he hears us?
Voice of the paranoid?
That's a very good question, little voice. What if he does hear you? Shit!
I told you so. Now help her? Help? Told me what? What did you tell me? That she's mad? Everyone here is mad. The fucking narrator's mad. The princess was mad when we walked in. What are you talking about?
I think you'll find yourselves very hard-pressed to keep any secrets from me. Not that it matters right now, because like I said, this is the first time we've met. Still, I'd rather not get off on the wrong foot. We've a world to save, after all.
You could be an ally or spare you? Yeah, what? Whatever, dog. Whatever. The fucking narrator could have been an ally. We could have stabbed her to begin with and not have to deal with any of this. I was trying to get a better grasp on the situation. And I stand by that statement. This is more than just deja vu, though. I'm pretty sure this whole thing has literally just happened.
We could go back and forth on this forever, and it won't get you any closer to doing your job and saving the world. So let's just agree to disagree.
Let's assume I'm telling the truth and all this really did happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything?
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. We couldn't trust either of you, and as far as I'm concerned, we still can't.
Okay, so the voice of the paranoid is literally what I've been saying this whole entire time. So I assume the more I go through this, or the more I don't go through this, the more voices I get.
All we did was lock her away. And how'd that work out for you? No comment. Well then, congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right. And your solution is to send us back in there. Do you want us to slay the princess, or do you want the princess to slay us? Obviously, I want you to slay her. One of you poses a threat to the world, and the other doesn't. Anyways, I believe your other question was something along the lines of, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We were killed by the princess, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me.
Yeah, that.
Speak for yourself. From my perspective, there were plenty of consequences. I'm never going to forget the way she just made us stop working.
Yeah, it's called fear, man. It's all good. We're fine.
And that's only scratching the surface. If what you said is true, it begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or have you found yourself in another world altogether?
Ooh.
If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died?
Ooh. Okay, this is gonna be fun.
Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? If she brought an end to everything and everyone, how are we supposed to stop her? What do you want from us?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I want you to succeed. You'll find a way. You're the only one who can.
Bye.
This is good. I was worried you might fall for his shit again, but this is good. Whatever answers there are to be found, they aren't here, and they definitely aren't there. Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave?
Yes.
Do you even know where you're going?
No, but I know what happens when I go in there. Either I kill someone, or she kills me. I could just not deal with any of that and leave. If you're gonna be serious, no. Fine, I'll go back to the cabin. I definitely know where I'm going. Nope. Nope, not even a clue. The only thing that matters is where I'm not going. The cabin, I am not going to the cabin. I'm actually pretty okay with the world ending. I relish the coming of the new dawn beyond our own. Gonna go walk the opposite direction now. Goodbye. Finally continue down the path. I'm just gonna say nope.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
Yo, voice of paranoia. You wanna chime in here? What the fuck? Turn around again and leave again.
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you?
It's my time to waste, isn't it?
Remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
You said that about me, but here I am.
But fine. You turn around and trek back down the path you came.
Wait, something isn't right. Can you still hear me? You're supposed to wind up back at the cabin again. Everything is getting... What's going on? Where are we?
What is going on?
It's finally happened, hasn't it? We finally cracked.
Let's go. The world around you is unwound. Its physical matter replaced by textured nothingness is quiet. There is a distant rumbling, a sound of many sounds. Undulations pulse louder as something other comes close. Feelers probe across the fabric of reality. Extremities find your consciousness and wrap themselves around it. You are no longer alone. Resistance. Fingers drag claws across the glass surface of your soul. Frustration. This vessel is full of you. I need something empty I can crawl inside of. I need something shaped like me. This is a nightmare. Wake up. Embrace your thoughts constricting you. So they want to get inside. So if I embrace that, I let them in. This is a nightmare. Wake up. It's not. Ooh. The hero and the princess. Back to chapter 1. What is happening?
You're on a path in the woods. And at the end of that path,
The
is a
real
cabin.
Slay the Princess starts here. You'll
And
know
in
when
the
you see
basement
it.
of that cabin
What?
is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
No, so we're actually back at chapter 1 again. I'm just gonna continue silently towards the cabin.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
Proceed to the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
I'm gonna enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
What?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
That is very different from the voice she had before.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
I'm here to save you. Lie, I'm here to save you. Hey, I think I'm here to slay you. Continue down the stairs. Continue down the stairs?
Good. You're still listening to reason. It would be better if you had a weapon, but you may still be able to do what needs to be done. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
Just because she's pretty doesn't mean she's not dangerous. I'm just saying, bro. Just because she's pretty doesn't mean she's not dangerous.
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
Maybe. Hold on. Let's talk a bit first.
Okay.
Now she's even drawn differently. What is your name?
Oh,
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
All right. What are you gonna tell me?
you can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
Nah, you still didn't give me your name.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess Princess?
That was a very odd thought. She went scary the first time. It didn't work now, so she'll go sweet. So is your name Princess?
like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like.
You didn't answer the question either time.
I'm sorry, I've been down here so long I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name, though. Everyone has a name.
Okay, that's weird.
It was like, what, bro, what?
She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late.
I don't know anything about you. For all I know, you're locked up down here for a reason. If I'm the first person you've seen in a while, what have you been eating or drinking? That's a good question. I was sent here to slay you. What are you going to do if I let you out of here? I'm sorry, but can't trust you. This doesn't add up, and it isn't worth the risk to take you. Okay, retrieve the blade. If I'm the first person you've seen in a while, what have you been eating or drinking?
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
Huh?
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess. That's hardly relevant.
What? No, that's pretty fucking important.
Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
Thank you, voice of the hero.
Wow, she's hot!
Shut up. Shut up, Nick. No, and it really just okay. So they're just gonna yada yada that. If the princess and the voice, the narrator are just gonna do that, that means that the writers couldn't think of a good reason for her to be down here. So we're just gonna yada yada that. I don't know anything about you. For all I know, you're locked up down here for a reason.
Of course I'm locked up down here for a reason. I don't actually know what that reason is, but you don't just stuff a princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of an explanation, right?
I guess.
You have all the explanation you need. You should know better than to trust whatever she comes up with.
Yeah, I still want to hear her say something, though. We're supposed to end the world. What are you gonna do if I let you out of here? I'm sorry, but I can't trust. Okay. What are you gonna do if I let you out of here?
The princess hesitates before responding. She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life. She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear.
Are you looking for the truth, or are you looking for the right answer? Because with the dynamic we have going on here, I don't think the specifics of what I do really matter. It's not like you'd believe me.
You don't know me. So this is retrieve the blade. This is go back and retrieve the blade. This is examine the chains. This is also examine the chains. I was sent here to slay you. You're apparently supposed to end the world. It's not like you believe. Okay, she didn't say anything. But I want to see you for myself. I'm still not sure what to believe.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here for so long.
That's... How long has she been locked away?
Did they tell you how I'm supposed to end the world?
No, they conveniently keep leaving that part out. No, which is why I don't think you're actually dangerous.
Sooner or later, you'll learn to trust me. Hopefully it won't be too late when you finally come around.
Narrator, son. If you want me to trust you, telling me the information that I want to know is a good way to fucking do that.
Thank you for believing me. Now, can you help me get out of here?
Hold your fucking horses. I still have a few more questions before we leave.
There's going to be plenty of time to chat after I'm free, but okay. What do you want to know?
I won't kill you, but I can't just set you free. It's too risky. What if I stay here for a while and just kept you company? Then maybe everyone will be happy. She's using the nice girl act now because she can't be her real self around you. I actually believe that one. I'm sorry, but I can't trust you. This doesn't add up. Retrieve the blade. Retrieve the blade. Examine the chains. Okay. What if I just stayed down here and kept you company? Maybe everyone could be happy?
That seems like a pretty good compromise.
She's not happy.
I don't think I could bear being down here that much longer.
Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out. So I'm the only one who liked that idea.
Sorry, voice of the hero.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. It would make it easier for both of us if you'd help. But if you don't, I can promise that you'll regret that decision.
Ooh, she went back to murdery.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
All right. Okay, it won't even let me fence it. I have to make a decision here. What do I want to do? She did kill me in that one timeline, but I'm not sure if that was actually the real timeline, because the achievement is like the real game starts now. So I'm not actually sure if that was the real thing. You know what? I feel like being messy today. Let's get you out of here.
You can't be serious.
Oh, I'm serious.
Thank you. Thank you. You won't regret this, I promise.
You're making a huge mistake.
It's my mistake to make.
No. I think you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabinet.
I have a question, Mr. Narrator. Whoever locked her down here, why didn't they just kill her? They got her down here, right? Do you have any ideas?
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance.
Yeah, it's a little weird, but...
If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free.
That's a good point.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place. Is someone else here?
Try the door.
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
Hey, let me out of here, bro.
Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
The narrator locked me in here. Interesting. Turn to the bottom of the stairs.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to.
That is true. I probably should have taken the blade.
Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely
Whoa,
hesitates
whoa!
before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf.
Wow, alright.
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now.
It must be Monika's brother, too busy trying to manipulate something. They're referring to Monika from Doki Doki Literature Club.
Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
Let's save her.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged,
Yes, a big-ass
self-inflicted
eyes.
wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal.
Yeah, that's kind of sketchy, but...
No. she didn't.
Yeah, you're helping her? I'm curious. Because the narrator is very insistent on me killing her. And I know she's going to kill me, or she has killed me. But I'm curious to see what happens if we get on her good side.
She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
She isn't.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Push the locked door.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade.
Yeah, you're gonna narrate me for... This is what we're doing right now?
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
Something against my will. Ooh, warn her. There it is.
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
I can't... I literally cannot help this.
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it! Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
Okay, there's resist. Anything else here? Resist.
The blade! Move the blade!
No, thank you.
As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
Yes, and if you know that, you know you should probably get the fuck out of the way.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
I think she's about to stab us.
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Oh no! I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone.
Oh no.
Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
I'm sorry.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she?
Why would she know how to use a knife?
Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice.
Well, all of this could have been avoided if the narrator wasn't doing too much. This is so true.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
Damn. GG's. Chapter 2.
You're on a path in the woods.
Okay, we're doing
And
this
at the
now.
end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Okay. I died. What am I doing here?
I can assure you that you're not dead. And to answer your second question, you're here to slay the princess. I literally told you that a second ago.
What are we doing?
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe... Yes, he didn't approve of us last time, did he? If we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it.
So now the voice of the smitten is in my mind. meaning that we fell for her this time. Interesting.
Our beloved? Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess. Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works.
No? I literally don't know shit about her.
We'll see about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. Sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek.
Ew.
What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
Yeah, but what you're talking about is not love. I'm curious if we'll get a similar ending if we just turn around and leave.
Are we running away? What are you doing? We have to save her. Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
I know where I'm not going, and it's that way.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
Alright, fine, sheesh,
That's
I'm going in the
great
cabin.
to hear. As long as you bring that fiery attitude to princess slaying, I think this will all resolve splendidly. Oh, it's going to resolve splendidly, all right. The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine threaded tapestries.
What the fuck?
A prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
What the fuck?
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Alright, you didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. I'm sure the princess would tell us there was a mirror if she were up here.
Shut up.
In which case she'd be lying to you because, again, there isn't a mirror.
Narrator, dude. Three of the four of us have said that there's a fucking mirror here. Come on, son. Why would you lie about that? What's the point? I want to know. I want to look at myself. I want to see how handsome I am. Doesn't matter. Remain silent. Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But it was there a second ago.
No, it's still there. I had to step away from my phone. What happened? So we came. What was the last part you saw?
And now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place, and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place.
Okay, well, take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. I suppose if we're to play the role of dashing knight, we need an equally dashing sword. That way she'll know we can defend her from her enemies. Hopefully it doesn't put her on edge, and hopefully it doesn't get turned on us again.
Okay, it's the same thing. No, not quite. So we walked into here. Everything's different in terms of aesthetic. Apparently it's a lot more fancy in here. The music even got fancier. And there was a mirror that we went up to look at, and the mirror just fucking disappeared. So there was that.
There's no use arguing over motivations right now. It's good that you took the blade. You'll need it to do your job.
Into the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open.
Oh yeah, no, now there's
revealing
fucking
an
lanterns and
intricate
shit.
Stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the
Still
light of the
safer.
torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight. But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice, it's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I can hear wedding bells already. I've held my tongue till now, but you're taking this a little too far. We barely even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top fawning.
I agree with the hero.
Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the stairs
even
and
more
lock eyes
princessy.
with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall. My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment. You know she can't hear you, right? She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit.
No, stop talking.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
What?
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing.
That is not the important part of that sentence that we just heard.
And she called us a hero.
That is also not the important part.
Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it? Waiting for you to come back. I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence. You've been here before. That's right, villain, and you killed us. Well, she killed us. Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty. And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time. We damned a whole world, but everything reset.
So we're jumping through timelines every time we die, we jump through the timeline because she destroyed the fucking world?
Nothing resets. You're just somewhere else. And you can't keep hopping between worlds forever. Especially not without leaving a trail of incomprehensible devastation behind you. This is horrible.
Okay, but why has this princess seen us before?
Horrible for you, maybe. But we've been given another opportunity to sweep her off her feet and treat her like the lady she is.
Shh, stop.
Now, hold on. If she actually ended a world, are you sure we want to do this? Are you sure we want to rescue her?
She's the Scarlet Witch.
We never saw a world end, and now I'm even more certain that we must chase our heroic and romantic destiny than I've ever been. I shan't let anyone convince us otherwise. Are you listening to him? He's lost it. Don't let him distract you. Just do your job.
You killed me last time and it hurt a lot. Why did you do that? Okay. Do I have to cut you out again? I really didn't care for it last time. What happened after I died?
You died, and now we're talking.
What? What? Before we started talking, did the world end? Did you end the world?
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
Okay, that's what we're doing right now. She's gonna be all docile and... Okay, alright.
Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy. My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips.
We are not doing this, and this is not what I want. She's like, boy, get out of the past. Yeah, you died, so what? Okay, damn.
Listening to her, that's a confession.
No, I don't want the world to end. I have no feelings one way or other about the world ending. Yeah, I don't know anything about this world, so... honestly, the world sucks. People are in a plague, and I hope you brought a slow and painful ruin to them all. Damn. I have no feelings one way or other about the world.
At least you're being honest. I can't believe that the fate of the entire world has been left in the hands of a nihilist.
I'm sorry, I was born this way. Also, the world's tortured me to be this way.
The princess shifts in uncomfortable confusion.
Me too. I don't care.
Okay.
She wasn't confused for long. If she doesn't care, then clearly she didn't end the world. It would take a great desire for evil to do something so inconceivable, and our dearest has not an ounce of cruelty within her, all is well, and it's high time we rescued our beloved.
Huh. I'm sorry about what happened last time. The narrator who sent me here to kill you has taken over my body. It was extremely unfucking fair.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
You are scarily happy.
She took that in stride, to a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually. That's because she's perfect.
Stop talking.
Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do?
That's a good point. I didn't even think about that.
She doesn't. There's no one else like me.
There are several of you. We've already confirmed that.
I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
You are really a voice that just sees what's in front of you, huh? Do I have to cut you out again? I didn't care for that last time.
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done. What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains.
That's what she did the first time.
Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird?
That is a little weird, yeah. Fucking any idea? Yeah, that's a little strange.
She didn't care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, smiling angel.
Why don't you see that that's fucking weird? I am actually arguing with the voices in our head right now.
No, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behavior and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her.
I'm going to rescue her again because I want to see what happens.
No, I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her? Yes. Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought.
Damn, alright.
You wouldn't. I would. I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her? You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed.
It shouldn't have worked, but that's literally the first thing she did in the first timeline or whatever that was.
I can't believe it. But I guess I have to. I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh. Are you sure you want to do this? Just one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade is buried in her back, and everyone out there is saved.
I mean, I'm more curious about what's going on, and this way will give me the most amount of information.
Is that a threat? You know what we'll do if you try it. You're going to regret this.
Okay.
What do we do now?
What do you want to do?
Let me guess. End the world? Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his heart.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before. I mean, you sort of did last time, but this is different.
So you remember that other time then?
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world?
What if she's like Majin Buu, and they just think killing everybody is how they play? Oops.
You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
It's kind of hard to like not doubt literally everything you're saying when you don't give us information. She's at least giving us information, whether it be by her actions or otherwise. She's giving us information.
I think I want to leave, and I think
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection, and then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
I want you to tell me what you want. There must be something you want. If you want to leave, then let's leave. Siblings are right here. I'm sorry. If you want to leave, then let's leave.
That sounds perfect.
Just keep her happy and no problems will arise.
As the princess takes your hand
Wait, what
in
the fuck?
hers, you let your blade tumble uselessly to the floor, and with it tumbles the last hope for the entire world. We have each other. We don't need the world for our happy ending. I like to think that you do, actually. Look, I have my doubts, but the choice has been made and this is happening. You don't have to mope about it. I will mope about it, because moping is the only recourse you love-blind fools have left me with.
I'm not really in love with her. I just don't know what's going on, and I would like to know as much as possible.
You and the princess walk up the stairs, hand in hand.
I'm actually waiting for her to kill me, like,
She's
in a
smiling
second.
at you. She doesn't have to be so happy about this. And what happens after we walk up the stairs? Let's see. Oh, isn't that interesting? The door slams in your face and the lock clicks. That's a familiar move.
Yeah.
Did I do that last time? Then you should know that you won't be able to leave.
Hey, she got out last time.
Oh no! Did someone lock us in here? That's not fair. We're supposed to leave now.
She sounds so unbothered. Oh no. That's not right. We're supposed to win. I don't understand. How could this happen?
She's right. It isn't fair. But the unfairnesses of the world are no match for the strength of true love. Enough with this true love nonsense. You just met her.
Yeah.
Of course you wouldn't understand. Our passions run deeper than anything you have ever known.
I'm really tired of the voice of the Smitten.
Are you listening to this? You don't have to go along with the every whim of that delusional voice. I'm just along for the ride at this point.
Do you think you can open it? I think we can try to open it together. I think I've got this one. Okay. You think we can try to open it together? I'm supposed to have plot armor.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it.
Like a pair of teenagers in love, you and the princess place your hands on the door together. Blech. And the lock clicks and the door creaks open. Are you kidding me? I told you our love was insurmountable. You and the princess make your way upstairs. Her freedom and the world's ruin are just a few moments away. If you don't mind, I'm going to fix myself a drink before you ruin everything. If I'm about to see the end of the world, I'd rather not see it sober.
You can have a drink? Where are you that you could just have a drink?
That's the way out. We're going to leave together, just like you wanted.
That's what you wanted, but
Yes,
whatever.
I suppose you are going to do that, aren't you? You cross the room, opening the door to the cabin, and then you step outside.
Romantic haze, your level has set you free.
Our happy ending at last.
We did it. What should we do now?
Where did everything go? Where did he go? Oh, is he gone? I hadn't noticed. I was too busy staring deep into our beloved's eyes.
Oh snap, it's the final version of the game. This game goes crazy. I haven't seen any of it 666. Welcome to the ride. Well, I mean, aside from when I played, obviously, but...
I'm cold. Is being happy supposed to be so cold?
No, why are you cold?
Cold. Quick, our feathers. Pluck them all and weave her a coat worthy of a princess.
Okay. But you didn't get... Hold on. But you didn't get the chance to make that jacket. Something has taken her away, and has left something else in her place.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? Is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
That looked nasty. It did not look pleasant. I don't know where she went, and I don't know how we even go after looking for her. There is gone too. You supposed to look at the mirror?
There's something dreadful about it. I don't think you should. Yes. I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and cream for a while. That can't hurt, right?
This man wants to fix himself. He wants to make himself look pretty for nobody. All right. Well, let's see. Let's explore the other options before we actually approach the mirror. The narrator's gone too.
He is. Does that mean the world ended? A villain vanquished.
I don't know where she went, and I don't even know how we go about looking for her.
Right. She's gone. It's just us and that awful thing. I can't believe she was taken away from us. The nerve.
All right, let's go to the mirror.
I'm begging you, don't do this.
We literally do not have another choice. You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. It's you. You are alone in a place that is empty. It's quiet here. Proceed to the cabin. Proceed to the cabin? How? You are at the cabin. Approach her. You recognize the presence inhabiting the shell. Blech. It's the entity that dwells in the spaces between.
Something returns to the long quiet. It has surrendered its path of annihilation and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
You're the thing I met in the space outside the woods, aren't you? I thought that was a dream. What are you? The gift of a fragile vessel. Is this the end of the world? Yeah, I thought that was a dream.
Vague recollections, empty tunnels without a mouth. I am sorry if I frightened you.
What are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
I don't know what I am.
I think that you are like me. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
The gift of a fragile vessel.
Yes, nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond, perspectives to make my own. This one is soft and delicate. You molded her to love you, and she'll make for a gentle heart. Do not mourn her. She has served her purpose.
That's a very... I like this music. It is very... This music is going in. Are you gonna be spooky at the store and scare a small human? Okay. Is this the end of the world?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
Do you know the narrator?
You are the only thing I have ever known.
Really?
The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
Are you what sent me to slay the princess, or you what trapped me here?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
What's good, B-Man? Sorry, I forgot to turn my thing on. Give me 1 second. I forgot to turn on tits. My tits aren't working, guys. I'm sorry. Alright, we're good. How you doing today? You get their at me now. Do you know about the other worlds beyond this place?
I know only that they are.
Are you the princess?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
Or were you always the princess, or just making her a part of yourself?
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
I would like to know, yes. Well, what happens now?
Nothing, as we are. but I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them.
Share? Why didn't that work? Why didn't that work? Excuse you. We're having some connectivity issues. That's what's going on here. I don't think my computer actually likes this game that very much. So I think for today I think for today we might need to leave tits. Let's try it again. Yeah, it doesn't like that, so I think for today we have to leave tits. Oh, oops. Okay, no, the whole entire thing just crashed. The whole thing just crashed. Interesting. Oh, no, did it work? I think it worked. I think we're good. Try again, B-Man. She's like the Enchantress. She kind of is. The game gets spooky. Now we're in a void of some sort of entity. How much do you know about the game, Treble Six? Am I work? The connection's wonky? I see. She just chilling, I guess? I think she is just chilling. Just minding her own business.
There is no exit.
There it is.
This vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to.
I beat the game? Shut up, Dick.
Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
Okay. How many more pieces of you do I have to find?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite.
No,
The
I'm
rest
infinite.
will find their own way home.
That's my name. Aren't you scared that I'll find a way to kill you?
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
I see. What if I don't let you do this to me?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished, dry, hollow.
She said that we're in the worlds between, right? We're in what was of the world, and she kind of ate it. She kind of ate what was here. How many endings does this game have? I have no fucking clue. How much will I forget?
Everything, until we meet again.
I was sent to slay the princess and stop her from destroying the world. If I help you, is that what you're going to do?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
You're being semantic. What are you going to do if I help you?
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
So basically what they're saying is that we need to go through other timelines and to eat those other timelines. She needs to eat those other timelines so she can be quote unquote whole. But I don't know what that means or what that does. Alright, make me forget.
She asks that I tell you to remember her.
I will.
You won't.
Damn, everything goes dark and you die. She's definitely playing with semantics and is getting annoying.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
So we gotta get the other voices to be eaten? I guess so.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Give me 2 seconds, I'm gonna use the bathroom. Then I think we're gonna kill her this time around. Okay. There are loving endings. Let's continue to the cabin then.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin.
Let's just no
You'll
bullshit
find
kill a
the
princess.
within. The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Continue down the stairs.
Good. You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world? Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
She sounds edgy now. She does. Still your nerves and step forward.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Wait, the princess.
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Oh, this is it, isn't it?
Oh, that's not the reaction I expected her to have.
I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder, do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
It's like she's convinced she can't die.
She's gagged. She's like, oh.
Yes, even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well. But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago, that arrogant look still plastered on her face. But is it over? Really over?
She sound like Adachi? Oh, Adachi who? Which Adachi? The immediate one that comes to mind is from Persona 4, but I don't remember Adachi. I don't recall the situation that you're referring to. Nah, she quaking. You see that shit? She's not dead. That was too easy. Of course she's not dead.
It's over. Don't get all worked up. We should make sure. What's the harm in checking for a pulse? I really don't think you should do that. And why shouldn't we? Is there something you're not telling us? I've told you everything that's happened with complete accuracy. The princess is dead. Your blade pierced her heart. There's no coming back from that.
Let's trust the narrator 100%. All right, that's what we do here. You're right. She's dead. Let's just get out of here.
Yes, exactly. It's over.
I think we should apologize when she wakes up. I agree.
With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door to the basement behind you. Why do I feel like we've done something terrible? You did kill someone. Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad. But it was for the greater good. One of these days that will sink in and help ease your guilty conscience. But that day isn't today. Let's just get out of here.
Leave.
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom. Only, a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of some place far away.
So it doesn't matter what we do, we always end up here, huh?
What happened? Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here. This is good. Everyone is happy. You'll be happy.
Alright, now you're just lying to me. That's bullshit. Let me out of here.
What's done is done. And there's no going back now. This is what's best for everyone. Trust me. Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days, or months, or years, or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier.
Yeah, alright.
Psst. Hey, we're not just gonna stay here forever, right?
Oh, didn't you hear the narrator? We're happy. I said let's trust the narrator 100%, so yeah.
Are we really happy? Or is he just telling us that we are?
No, we're happy, I'm sure of it.
Really? Well, if you ever change your mind, just let me know, I guess. More happy time passes, though the word begins to lose its meaning. Time, that is, not happy. Happy still has plenty of meaning. Please, shake yourself out of it. We have to get out of here. The little voices, please, fall on deaf ears. Eventually you pass into a blissful state of pure existence. Though words like eventually and pass ceased to have any meaning to you long before that shift, you simply exist. Happy. Forever.
Good ending. You did it. You saved everyone.
You have already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
Oh. Oh. Huh. Okay. So the entity that we were talking to before was like, hey, nah, you need more endings. You've already committed to more endings. Go back. You're not happy. I'm not happy. I'm not happy, and I'm not just saying that because you're the last person I talked to.
Good, because I have an idea to get us out of here. Though you're probably not going to like it.
We're gonna die.
The blade. We can use the blade to get out of this. I can hear everything you say, little voice. There's only one thing it would want you to use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, dear hero. He's right. It's the only way out. Do you hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place to end. Do you not? There's more for us to do, and the only way for us to do it is to take that blade and use it. Don't you dare.
Wouldn't using the blade, kill us? Wouldn't be dead? Anything get out of this hell, bro. I'm fucking fuck this, bro.
Thank you. I made this happy little place for you. Is this not a good enough reward for saving the world? An eternity of bliss? You ingrate.
All right, bro. Calm down.
Fine. Whatever. For the first time since time stopped meaning anything, you throw open the door to the basement and walk down the stairs. princess's body is dust and bones, though the blade you used to slay her is still as pristine as the day you first held it.
I actually expected her to be gone or some shit. Weird.
You pick up the blade, you stab yourself, and you die. The end. Nice knowing you.
Chapter 2, The Spectre. Not calling you
You're on a
ungreat
path
and
in
ingrate,
the
yeah.
woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Oh, you bastard. You're in for it now. I'm wanting to see your tricks.
My tricks? What on earth are you talking about? We've just met for the first time. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. That's fine. It wasn't very hard to kill her last time. We'll just do it again.
The voice of the cold.
Well, if for whatever reason you're going to insist that this has happened before, at least your heart's in the right place.
Proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. She won't be a problem.
Wow, alright. Proceed to the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is cold, a soft odor of dirt permeating the air. Cobwebs flutter in the corners. You can hear wind whistling outside, banging the shutters against the windows. The only furniture of note is an elegant antique table with a pristine blade perched on the edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. It feels like no one's been here for a long, long time. Like I've been saying, she's dead. We killed her already.
Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But there was a mirror a second ago. And now it's gone. Let's not spend much longer worrying over it. Clearly it's not even important enough to be acknowledged.
That guy's depressed that he needs therapy. Alright. What happens if you break the mirror? Does it give you that option? No, every time we approach the mirror, it disappears when we touch it. So we literally do not have that choice. Alright, take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. The door to the basement groans open, revealing an old banister and a creaky wooden stairwell. Everything is coated in a thick layer of dust, and you can feel it settle into your lungs as you breathe in the stale air. The very building itself feels dead. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. The room below is silent. Nobody's here. Naturally.
Is she actually already dead?
As much as I appreciate the optimism, you shouldn't be so sure. I guess we'll just have to go down and see. As you descend the final
she's
step,
already dead.
the form of the princess comes into view. A skeletal body lying in a heap on the floor, its wrist still bound to the wall by a thick chain. Okay, she's definitely dead. It's just like I told you. Before you have a chance to finish your thought,
What
the
the
top of a
fuck?
head appears from underneath the floor. Two deep-set eyes stare up at you, followed by a mischievous, skeletal grin. And finally, the rest of the body floats up to join the head. Wait, this isn't right. What's going on here? Ghost! Oh. Wow. How absolutely terrifying. What's a ghost supposed to do to us?
I'm more concerned that she like rose up and waved high.
Oh, it's you. Hiya, Keller. I was hoping to see you again. I have some issues with how our last meeting went.
The princess drifts across the room into your orbit, gently running her fingers across your shoulders and down your neck as she circles you. Her touch is cold and ethereal, formless yet real enough that her icy fingertips send shivers dancing across your skin.
That didn't sound good at all? Nah, she's definitely mad that we killed her. But, I mean, I'd be mad too, shit.
So she has a body, and she's right there. That means we could kill her again, if we wanted to.
Could we kill her? Fuck it.
Without a moment's hesitation, you lash out with your blade. It's like you're slashing at air. No matter how many times you stab at her, no matter how many angles you strike from, all you manage to do is interrupt her form, the skin of your hand prickling with cold as it passes through, unable to find anything solid.
You're adorable when you're confused. But I didn't say you could touch me. Why are you even here? Just making sure you finish the job, or what?
Oh, that's a fun detail. So she did the line a second time. You knew that wasn't gonna work? Yeah, I know it wasn't going to work. She's a fucking ghost. I said fuck it before I did it. Yeah, I know that shit wasn't gonna work. If I knew I'd have to talk to you again, I wouldn't have slain you. I died, and I'm not floating around like you are. What happened? Why am I different? Why are you different?
You don't look dead, Killer.
The princess grabs your wrist, a sudden shock of cold flowing all the way up your arm, her eyes still fixed on yours as you try to squirm out of her grip.
And you don't feel dead either.
I like the fact that it's going on. She did the line. The voice actress did the line twice. They the first line they just did kind of. I think that's. Is that an echo? And then she did it a second time in a whisper, which is really cool. I like that.
She lets go and pulls away. Your fingertips tingle painfully as the chill subsides.
I'm less interested in why you are, or how you are, and a lot more interested in what you are.
What do you mean, what I am?
I've tried to leave on my own. Before you came back to me, I explored every inch of this place, even the spaces between the walls. But I never found a way out. I always wound up right back here. I just want to go home. I'm so cold and alone here. But you can come and go as you please, can't you? So, let me hitch a ride. After all, you owe me.
Absolutely not.
So she needs our permission to leave?
Is she asking if she can possess us? She is. And I hope I don't need to explain why you can't let that happen. It would be catastrophic if she managed to escape this place. And if you let her in, there is very little anyone could do to stop her. Would she be able to see us if we went along with it? Now, isn't that an interesting thought? We could finally bring her face to face with him.
Ooh!
I wonder what she would have to say to the one who wants her dead so badly.
Yo, that's kind of fire. Alright, voice of the cold, I'm listening to you.
You won't like how things play out if you go down this path.
You keep saying that in every timeline. She wants to come inside you, don't even know her like that? It's alright. We've died a few times together. And what if I say no?
Then I won't hitch a ride.
You won't hitch your ride if I say no, or you can't hitch your ride.
I'm sure you'd like to know. It's a shame I won't tell you. But it'll
You
be
missed the joke?
easier
I didn't
for
miss the
both of
joke.
us if you just let me in. And doesn't it sound nice?
Maybe for her, but it's crowded enough in here as is.
You won't have to feel guilty anymore. If you even do feel guilt.
It could be the best way to trap her for good. Doesn't seem like it would be very easy to end the world from inside someone else's body. That is a very dangerous train of thought.
Let's just be temporary, right? You leave once you're out of the cabin? I don't really care about that. If I let you in, do I still get to be in control?
Sure, why not?
Oh, okay, that's not very inspiring.
That doesn't sound very reassuring. I can't believe you're even entertaining her right now. I mean, just look at her. Do you think she has good intentions for her murderer's body? Of course she doesn't.
What the fuck else are we supposed to do? Just sit here for the rest of eternity? You couldn't kill her a second time. Before I agree to anything, we need to talk about what happens after you leave this place. I was told you did in the world. Don't care about that. Sounds great. Do it. Answer is no. Sounds great. Let's do it.
The princess swims through the air in front of you, pausing for a brief moment as her dark-rimmed eyes stare deeply into yours. There's a hunger in her gaze.
Thanks for the body, killer.
Yeah, no problem.
What are you doing? Don't just let her in. How many times do I have to tell you?
See you soon.
She rushes forward and then she's gone. A sharp chill spreads across your body. It starts in your chest, a freezing numbness flowing out from your heart all the way down your limbs, your mind growing cloudy and confused as it settles over your very soul. I'm not sure I like this. Can we get a do-over?
No.
I'm afraid it's too late to stop now. The numbness gives way to a stabbing pain, your muscles twitching and convulsing violently, each involuntary movement causing more waves of agony to ripple across your body. You collapse to the floor, and everything goes dark.
Get up. You've still got a job to do.
Oh, she's talking normally now.
Your eyes flick back open as you get your bearings, your vision swimming as...
So this is what it's like to be you, huh? Disembodied voice narrating your every move?
Yep.
So, it doesn't work like that for you? Clearly it doesn't, or she wouldn't have commented on it.
I guess that's a good point. I would have been screaming that entire time. It's more impressive that we weren't.
All these shards of broken glass on the floor? Are they also supposed to be you?
Is that what you see?
Hey, I'm not a shard of broken glass,
Yeah? Go on. Finish the thought. What are you?
I'm a voice? Me is what I am. Who cares what we are? We exist. That's all that matters.
I agree with that statement.
Do you have to deal with this annoying bickering all the time?
Yes.
No, it matters. What we are matters. If I'm a shard of broken glass, then that raises some questions about certain other voices in here too. I'm clearly the same thing you are.
Not you, the narrator, bruh.
Hopefully they'll all go away once we leave this place. I don't know how you can tolerate all of this noise.
I mean, it's fucking. So it occurred to me, right? I've been doing a lot of research into ADHD because I didn't realize how fucking insane that shit is for especially be undiagnosed for all this time. I didn't realize that people don't have inner monologues. I'm always thinking something. I didn't realize that that's not how that worked for other people. For some other people, there's just silence in there. I'm always thinking about something. That's weird to me. I don't get that.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about him. You don't need to know what I am. You just need to know that I'm different from you. More important.
Fuck you.
So you're the one who pulled the strings and made me dead. I can tell you don't belong here. You're barely even there. Like the shape of something left behind. You're more of a memory than a person.
That's rude.
Shots fired.
You're kind of like me, actually.
Ooh.
I'm just going to ignore her. You push yourself off the ground. The princess is nowhere to be seen.
Because I'm in here with all of you. Everybody knows that.
I actually didn't mean to skip that line. I'm not sure what she said.
I'm setting the stage. The room is empty because you made a spiteful, idiotic, and all-round foolish decision.
Seems kind of psychotic to not have an inner dialogue, not trying to be judgmental. Apparently, that's the normal thing. The normal thing is to not have an inner dialogue. I mean, it's not like it's impossible for them to have one, but like, Mine is constantly always on. That's why I always stay up so late, because it doesn't shut off. Theirs can.
Oh, shut up. Stop trying to manipulate everyone. Or don't, actually. It doesn't really matter. Because you won't be around to do this for much longer.
This is infuriating. Just whatever you do, you can't leave this place. It's not too late to fix this. Probably.
I can't think straight. There's too much noise. Slay the princess. Leave the basement. Leave the basement.
Your legs, weary with the weight of the princess's spectral form and clumsy with the cold that still pervades them, stumble towards the stairs.
I'm just trying to get home. You don't have to act like it's the end of the world.
It is the end of the world.
But that's exactly what you leaving this place is going to be.
You don't know that.
I do. Wait, if she has a home to go back to, doesn't that mean that her leaving won't end the world? It doesn't mean that at all. It could mean that wherever her home is, it's outside of the world.
I like the voice of the cold.
Yeah, but it has to be somewhere, doesn't it? And if it's somewhere, then it's part of the world.
He literally just said that it's outside the world.
I suppose it's all a matter of perspective. Where does the world end and something else begin? Does the destruction of one open a door to another? Or is it the same world reborn?
Hi, Dragon. I think I might have a COVID. I'm allergic. How's you? I'm fine. Miss Diane, I hope you feel better. Make sure you take lots of medicine. Stay in bed. What always makes me feel better is just sleeping it off. So I hope you feel better, Miss Diane. Also, if you're not already following Miss Diane, please do so. I mean, actually, I'll give you a shout out real quick just for the one time. I'm gonna test myself. I feel infectious. That sounded like you had malicious intent to infect other people. I'm sorry you feel bad, Miss Diane. I hope you feel better. We're just kind of chilling for right now. We're playing this visual novel, so if you'd like a good story, if you want to listen to a good story, that's what we're doing right now. Keep slaying that princess, fam. Currently, she's possessing me, so I don't think I can slay her.
Against the backdrop of the inane conjecture of meaningless little voices, your body continues its ascent up the stairs, staggering through the open door. For how much you hate her, you aren't doing a whole lot to stop us from leaving this place.
It's because he can't stop me. Why do you think he sent you here?
I hate to admit it, but she's not wrong.
Are you gonna make tea? What kind of tea? Wait, what kind of tea?
It's just the weight of it all. It's too much for me to do anything other than describe and dictate. And wine.
In wine.
This body wasn't made to hold you and the princess. If you want to renege on your cataclysmically terrible decision a minute ago, well, you're the only one that can make that happen.
Have you ever heard of manzanilla? It cures everything. What the? Is it manzanilla or manzanilla? And no, I've never heard of that. Actually, I'm gonna Google it real quick. What the fuck is manzanilla? The ya sound? Manzanilla. It sounds like orange. Manzanilla. Manzanilla is a fortified wine similar to Fino Sherry, made in the port of Sanlúcar de Barrameda, in the province of Cadiz, Andalusia, Spain. What the fuck? Oh, it's chamomile. It's chamomile. Why didn't you just say chamomile? Did you not know it was chamomile? It's chamomile. Trudge forward.
You continue slowly to the door, your feet like lead dragging across the floorboards, growing heavier with each step.
I didn't know what it was in English. I didn't know they made a wine out of it, but chamomile tea is my favorite tea. I didn't know. I wasn't under the impression that it cured everything, though.
Finally. Finally!
You lift your shaking hand and rest it on the door handle, but you pause before you open it, exhaustion sapping what's left of your will. Was exhaustion really the best you could muster up? It's over. There's no use stalling. Let's see what happens next.
I do quite like the voice of the cold. Open the door.
Shit. But exhaustion wasn't enough, was it? The handle clicks as you twist it, and then the door groans open. You collapse to the ground, you and the princess, free from the confines of the cabin. As you exhale from the effort, you look up and see...
Put a cough drop in the T2. Do not do that.
Yes?
Nothing. He's gone, and so is everything else.
So we did slay him after all. He had it coming, I suppose. But what about us? Are we just stuck here in nowhere forever? Did taking her out of the cabin really end the world? We're still here. Yeah, but that thing you said earlier, are we not part of the world anymore? Are we in some world that exists after the world ends, or on top of the other world but not in it, or have we never been part of the world?
Alright, let's see if I'm stuck with you forever.
You feel a lightness in your chest as a pair of sunken eyes emerge from your body and stare up at you.
Guess I'm not. All's well that ends well, right? You lived up to your end of the bargain, so I'll live up to mine. Thanks.
Don't mention it.
I think this is where I'm meant to be.
You don't get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
It's gonna be okay. Just trust me. We've been here before, and you always get scared.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. You don't need to comfort him.
It's not the end. Whatever is on the other side is going to be nice. It's the end for you, but not for me. I'll see you on the other side. It's gonna be okay.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you. Whatever makes you happy.
Alright. You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave. But you need to see what's in it. You've grown. I've grown? What do you mean I've grown? You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Let's go to the cabin. You're at the cabin.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
Are you the same being as before? How much have you changed?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
So I've grown, and they've grown. What does it feel like to change like that?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
When this is all done, do you know what you want to do?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was. I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed. But in this moment, All I want is to know myself and to know you.
You know that at the end of this, once you're finished, I'm gonna kill you, right? Well, that's a fucked up thing to say. When I go back, it's as if an invisible wall closes around me. Why can I not do the same things I've done before? You've been kinder to anyone else I've met? Thank you. You've been kinder to me than anyone else I've met. Why?
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
Do you have any thoughts on this vessel?
This one is vaporous. She is a dream for a life she could never have. But that longing has given her so much capacity for kindness. She will make for an understanding heart.
I didn't get that vibe but then again I killed her, I guess. So.
Do not mourn her. She will finally be able to hold what she never knew.
Why can't I not do the same things as before?
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
Understood. I don't want to hurt you, but the more times I go back, the worse I fear things will be.
The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but their impulses are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them, you are a gate to something more, and any hurt you've caused them is understood as a fair price for freedom. But they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not me. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
If I am to be an ocean, you have nurtured me into a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective. You will have your rest in due time, and I am sorry for the burdens I place on you.
Yeah, I'm ready to go back.
I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
It's so abrupt. Evanson's vessel.
You're on a path in the woods.
Yep.
You're here.
Yep. I literally cannot make choices that I've already done before. The game locks me out of them. Killing a princess seems kind of bad, though, doesn't it?
Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
That's a bit presumptuous of you. Can't someone else do this?
Unfortunately, you're the only one who can pull this off. I don't make the rules. I wish I did, but I don't.
She doesn't know what she is, she just knows she exists. Isn't that how everyone is? Isn't it? I'm always thinking that it's too hard to explain what or who you are because you're too busy being who and what you are. It's like you can't see your own eyes. Your eyes are too busy being your eyes, seeing everything else to see itself. You know what I mean? If you could see your own eyes, you have like cataracts or something. Something is wrong. Do I get some kind of reward for doing this?
Yes, but you'll have to slay her before you get it.
Man, forget this. I'm not doing
Are you
this.
serious? No, you have to do it.
No, turn around and leave.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
No.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path.
So
away
we're
from
starting
the
up
cabin.
chapter 1 by turning around and leaving.
Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it. Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
The voice of the hero is always with me, no matter what.
That's strange. It looks like this path also leads.
Turn around and leave
You're
again.
really keen on wasting everyone's.
Quietly continue on the path.
Your silence is deafening. But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came. Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
There's no fighting this, are we? I have to go into the cabin. Fine. Oh yeah, well I guess I start walking in a different direction again. In fact, I'm gonna keep trekking through the wilderness until I find a way out of this place.
There's always a choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who has ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will. And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen. At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses of
Oh, the music's fucked
familiar
up.
wooden structures through the leaves. But as you focus on
Wow,
your
that's a little
surroundings,
creepy.
you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light. In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be. Wait, what's going on?
Yeah, what the fuck?
You're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world.
That is correct.
You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death. You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
Chapter 2, The Stranger.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin.
Is that a literal wall over there?
And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her.
You just don't
If you
want to do that
don't,
BS anymore?
It will be the end of the world.
So the narrator and the voices in our head reset every time. He doesn't know that we've been through this several times. In fact, our protagonist doesn't know that we've been through this before, because every time we get put on a new timeline, it resets his memory. Us, the player, is the only one who knows this. I can lie. Yep, definitely heading down to the cabin where I know I'm definitely gonna slay that princess.
You know I can tell when you're lying, right? Please take this seriously. I am begging you. A warning before you go any further.
Yeah, there's a wall. I literally can't go anywhere else now.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar.
Voice of the contrarian.
Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it. Let's keep an open mind.
Proceed to the cabin.
The cabin interior is wrong. A confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors, all projected across what's almost the same space. But it's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense. The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths, its material devoid of feature. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
Do you really think the narrator is being reset? I have no reason to believe that he isn't being reset.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust, or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway? No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with. I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise? You can't just say that, but when everything here is so wrong. Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world. And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her. Oh, ho, ho, ho! You've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves? Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together. Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm. How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us. I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind. Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird.
Fair.
What you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard. Okay, I'm fine. Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
Yes, that task is touching the mirror.
You walk up to the wall. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how. But there was a mirror a second ago, and now it's gone. You know that taking the mirror away from us isn't going to change things, right? We'll find it again, and then we'll see whatever it is that you don't want us to see.
Whoa, that's a fun perspective. Take the blade.
Take the blade from the table. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Okay, fine, you took the knife. But you really shouldn't hold it like that. Then how are we supposed to hold it? The other way, thumb at the bottom. We'll look much cooler and more serious if we hold it with our thumb at the bottom. It really doesn't matter how you hold the blade, as long as you have it. Just make a choice.
Hold the blade the other way.
You switch your grip on the blade. Congratulations. Yes! Isn't this so much better? Okay, fine.
You know what? You guys can't
Does
see
look
it,
a lot
but again, the
better.
cursor changed, and now I'm holding the blade the other way.
It really doesn't matter. Just get on with it and deal with the princess already.
Throw the blade out the window. I'm not actually gonna say. Can I save? I can't save. Should we throw the blade out the window? No, let's just go ahead. Let's enter the basement.
The door to the basement
Oh, wow.
creaks open, revealing a web of branching staircases all built from unidentifiable materials. Nothing here seems to belong, and the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down. The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it, the kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once. An odour that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour.
You always come down into that conclusion, don't you?
Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the stairs.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
I I don't like that.
No, thank you.
He doesn't like that either.
Oh, don't be such a baby. I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die.
We are going to die no matter what.
But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure. And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success?
Shut up.
There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
Let's go. I can't save, so I guess this doesn't really matter. Take the harsh left stairs, take the center stairs, take the soft stairs on the right. What, are we doing Goldilocks now? Take the harsh stairs on the left.
You step to the left. The path is cruel against your feet, the impact of each step sending pulsing vibrations up your legs, until there's nothing left in them to feel. The air around you grows cold the further you progress. At first a barely noticeable drop, quickly evolving into a numbing cold. Your toes feel like blocks of ice, your breaths puff out in clouds of condensed vapor. You shudder against it as you continue down the stairway, losing yourself in the bone-deep chill. You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go. Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether. Physical sensations dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten.
Not sure what's happening here.
Consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as...
Are you just going to stand there?
Well, that was fun.
What the hell was that? What happened to us? I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs.
Okay.
Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways. The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here. And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to...
Oh, he's just being an ass. We remember it, though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk for a bit and try to get our bearings. She seems normal. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was here.
Yeah, I know. I've been watching you stare at me for a long, long time.
The shadows recede, revealing the princess's face. I don't think she likes us. Wouldn't you be skeptical of someone stumbling in here if you were her? We lost ourselves the second we stepped into this place. I don't know how long she's been here, but I can't imagine it would be easy for her to trust anyone.
That's a good point.
Those eyes, though. They're so sharp. It's just deception. Don't buy into it. You can do this.
How strange.
Whoa!
So, why are you here?
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. And where there was once just one of her, there is now another. We can do that? I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back? Again? Have you been here before? Should we tell him? Nah, let him stew. Right, I'm telling him. Yeah, we've been here before, but we never went to the cabin. We just turned around and left until... It's hard to describe. until the only thing we could see was the same cabin going on forever. And then you told us that the world ended and we died. And then we woke up, and I'm pretty sure you're familiar with all the rest of it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it? Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. You have a job to do here, and you need to do it now. Ooh, new plan. Let's see if we can make even more of her.
Just because he said, yeah. There's more of you now.
And what's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to get under my skin?
Oh, Jesus.
Not that there's much I can do while chained up like this, but I'm the only one down here. So if you need anything, I'll do my best.
She fractures again. I don't like where this is going. Neither do I. Which is why you need to slay her now before things get more complicated than they already are.
Even if we kill her now, would that even count?
How would we even do that? Where would we start?
Yeah, like what? Like, if we kill her now, what about the other two?
You could always start by stabbing her. Which her? Any of them. I don't know about you, but I'm sure glad we took that knife with us. I can't believe someone suggested you toss it out the window. Can you imagine?
Shut up, Contrarian. Is giving all the timelines are starting to be shown? Yeah.
I don't think we're going to be able to put her back. Kind of hurts to think about it, doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her. It certainly looks that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop stalling. You're obviously just making things worse.
I want it to be worse. I feel like this one won't do anything, but let's try this. What's your name?
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
We got that one.
You can call me Princess, if you'd like.
We got that one.
Princess.
I don't know if we got that one.
None of them have names. How astute. I told you she was untrustworthy.
Getting down here was weird, like pulling apart and put back together again. Do you know what happened to me?
What, like you need me to hold your hand and tell you everything's okay? You're not really cut out for this, are you? Why are you even here? We're probably stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in.
Why is she depressed in that one?
Sometimes I feel like I'm being pulled apart too. It's so terrifying down here. But at least now you're not alone. And I'm not alone either. I don't remember what it was like before I was in this place. Why would I know what happened to you?
I see. I know you're locked up here for a reason. You're apparently a threat to the world. I was sent here to slay you. I'm gonna get you out of here. Try to free her. I don't know what you are, but I can't trust you. I can't trust anything here. Leave. Leave her in the basement, slay the... Wait. Oh! Oh, these are 3 choices as 1 choice. That's interesting. Let's see if we can make more. Why are you down here?
Maybe it's because I'm dangerous. But you know, right? You have to know. You're the only other person I've ever seen. Or at least the only one I can remember. Don't give me false hope. Please just end this already. One way or another, just do it.
That one is really depressed.
Don't be coy. We both know why I'm locked away here. I'm a monster, and the second I get out of this place, I'm going to end the entire world.
That one's fun.
This is reaching its breaking point. If you don't act now, there will be nothing in here but her. Take a deep breath and focus up. You can do this. But how do we decide what to do? Can there even be a right choice when all of them are so different? Stop overthinking it. Your drifting thoughts have clearly been part of the reason this situation has gotten out of hand. If you're trying to do the right thing, there's only ever been the one option, and that option is slaying her.
No.
Just do something. Do anything. Do all of it, if that's what you want. This place is hell, and it's only getting worse.
Contrarian, you're the one who instigated this. Alright, we only have the one option. All of the above.
Wait, that's not right. Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride. You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions. All at once you charge forward, not keen to save the princess, just as you strike at her bindings and leave her to languish alone.
A lot of things are happening.
Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess. But this... we can't...
Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now.
No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating.
Yeah, it's like overstimulation.
Luckily for all of us, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all
Falls apart?
I think he's gone.
We were never going to salvage this, were we?
Nah.
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and others, they just don't fit. They just don't fit.
Huh.
We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable.
This is an interesting one.
Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Fix us?
I don't think I can fix you. I didn't mean to break you.
We should help her. I think we did this.
How surprisingly sincere.
I didn't actually think our actions had consequences.
It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
Please.
You just showed everything. I'm not gonna fix you. Say nothing. I'll do my best. But you never know if she hears your reply. She's gone. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? And there's that mirror again.
It's gonna be okay. Just trust me. We've been here before.
It feels so bad. Like looking into it right. Yeah, don't look at it. I don't like that thing.
Approach the mirror. You approach the mirror.
I don't like that silence.
Your voices feel small, distant as you approach. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've withered. Last time I grew, this time I've withered. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. There she is.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
You can't be at contradictions. Contradictions don't exist. That's literally not true. How can you stand to be a contradiction?
As easily as you can stand to be you. You are like me. Even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit, even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your soul.
It doesn't matter how many times I go back, at least one of us always hurts the other. Doesn't that change you? Doesn't that make it work? Doesn't that make you worse?
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
No, not really. It all seems so distant as soon as I'm near you.
It does seem small from here, and the more we journey, the smaller each of those steps will be, but that doesn't make any of them less special.
What do you think of this vessel?
These ones are a contradiction. a winding kaleidoscope of paths and walls. They are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape they cannot hold. They will make for a rich and vibrant heart. Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
Do you know what happens to the worlds we leave behind?
My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
Have you figured out what you'll want when you're finished?
The desires of my multitude thrive in endless competition with themselves, but none of them rise above their dance to influence me.
You could have just said no.
I yearn for what I have always yearned for, our awakening. Other desires shrink in the light of knowing you and knowing me.
Alright, let's go back.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Spiral vessel.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
I'm not actually sure what to do now. Can't someone else do this?
Unfortunately, you're the only one who can pull this off. I don't make the rules. I wish I did, but I don't.
I've always wanted to op a monarch. Viva la revolution!
That's the spirit. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it. The door to the basement creaks open. Her voice.
Who's there?
This one.
She sounds dangerous. Don't let it fool you.
Continue down the stairs.
You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world? Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
I wonder if this is the one version we get every time we take the knife. I wonder what happens if we come back to chapter 1 and don't take the knife. Will it be a different one? Let's free her. Okay, yeah, you got me. I'm here to slay her.
That isn't a good idea. Just drop the knife, and maybe the two of us can talk things out.
She's right, we should. We should just drop the blade.
Yeah, let's see what happens if we got this version that started off antagonistic. Let's see what happens if we try to free her.
Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. Killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Drop it.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Hold on 1 second. Pudgy always surprises me with food, but I guess it is like 6 p.m. here, so it would be time for actual dinner. I'm on my computer, obviously, because I'm playing the game, and I'm looking at my American time, which says 1 p.m. So my brain is like, yeah, it's 1 p.m. There's only one voice. There isn't a second one this time. There's never a second voice on the first chapter. Every time we reset the timeline, we go back to the first chapter, and there's never a second voice.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed. We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Let's see if I caught on to a clue. I see. I mean, this is pretty awkward.
I know. I just said that. Now why are you here to kill me?
Do you know I'm here to kill you?
That laugh. I think I'm in love.
Huh?
Stop it.
I have no idea. To be honest, I don't even know why I'm down here, or how I got here. I was kind of hoping you might be able to shed some light on the whole situation.
There's people out there that think you're gonna end the world. What do you have to say about that?
Don't just tell her that.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here a long time.
Just how long has she been down here?
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
No one's hoping you tell me. No, I'm pretty sure they have the reason for keeping that information a secret. No, and if I'm being honest, I'm more inclined to trust you than them.
Sooner or later, you'll understand that I have your best interests at heart. Hopefully sooner.
I don't understand the narrator's role in this. The narrator is not a part of us. They're like the princess, but the princess is the narrator supposed to be like our parallel for the princess? Like, the entity that keeps absorbing the princess is the entity, but is the narrator like our version of that? Like, I don't understand.
How sweet. Now be a pal and help me get out of here, would you? We could figure out how to deal with them after I'm free.
I'll see what I can do.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key.
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Alright, if there isn't a key, do you have any ideas? I'm gonna go check upstairs. Maybe the key's lying around somewhere upstairs. If not, maybe I'll at least find something to break you free.
I'll be here.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place. Is someone else here?
Try the door.
You try the door.
Yep.
You're here to slay the...
Let me
Your
out.
shouts, and I'll repeat.
Turn the bottom of the stairs.
You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to.
Yeah.
Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Yep.
The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
Save the princess. Again.
Against your better judgment, you place the blade you cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and you make quick. She didn't so much as utter a sound. Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye. How is she so composed after losing an arm? It's like she isn't even bothered by it.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
So we've been in this scenario with a different version of the princess.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You watch me.
Warn her.
Stop that.
I thought this was a little too easy.
Your body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess swiftly moves out of the way before you can connect. Stop it! Stop resisting me! I am trying to get you out of here alive.
I was doing just fine getting out of here alive. Resist.
The blade. Move the blade.
You're doing your best to help me, aren't you? I can see the conflict in your eyes. I'll make this quick.
She steps forward and pries the blade from your...
Maybe I'll see you in another life.
And then she slits your throat with an almost clinical ease.
So this one... Huh.
Her face remains unchanged as she watches you collapse to the ground, blood flowing from your butchered neck. This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die. I hope it was worth it.
We'll see in a second. The prisoner.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Try gaining her trust and then betraying her? That's a good plan. We'll see what happens then.
You're here to slay...
Okay, no.
Oh, don't you start grandstanding about morals. The fate of the world is at risk right now, and the life of a mere princess shouldn't stop you from saving us all. Don't forget what he did to us the last time around. I wouldn't trust a word out of his mouth. There's got to be a way out of here, for us and for the princess. We just have to keep trying.
So I got the skeptic.
I'm inclined to agree. If he doesn't remember what happened last time, maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you two, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. And as far as trying to help her goes, need I remind you how catastrophically dangerous she is to the world at large? I told you about the stakes of this situation less than a minute ago.
So at the cabin, which version did we get?
A warning. She will lie. Yes, don't believe a word she says. Just go in, take the knife, and do what you're supposed to. Wink. Did you just say wink out loud?
I was gonna say, yeah.
No, I didn't. Wink. Just ignore this clown and focus on the princess.
Did you just say wink out loud? Bitch.
The interior of the cabin is less a cozy woodland retreat
Ow.
and more like a dungeon.
Aike.
A few pathetic wisps of starlight attempt to illuminate the cold, uninviting stone walls and thick, Wrought iron bars barricade the windows, reminding anyone who enters that this is a prison.
We haven't gotten this didn't look at all like this from the outside.
The only furniture of note is an iron table bolted to the floor, a pristine blade perched on its edge.
We're doing all right. How are you doing today, UK?
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the base. What are you talking about? You reach for, but there was and now it's gone. If he doesn't want us to know about it, it must be important. We should keep our eyes peeled. Maybe it'll be back.
Okay, well, take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. Good idea. Much better to be armed than to go in with blind hope alone.
Alright, let's see. Trying to get into One Piece
Door to the
cards? What do you mean
basement
trying?
swings open, revealing an old stone staircase. A few sputtering torches attempt to vaguely illuminate your path, dancing across glimmering patches of slimy moss on the stone steps. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
Doing good, getting hungry for tea. Do you mean tea specifically, or do you just mean lunch? Or, I guess in this case, dinner. The more I look at the cool artwork, the more I'm being sucked in. Oh, trying not to. I misread.
Her voice, harsh but controlled, carries up the stairs.
Is that a visitor I hear? Please, come downstairs. It's been a while since I've had company.
Does she remember us? You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. She looks up at you, the heavy collar around her neck clanking loudly as she moves. The chains binding both her wrists to the far wall, joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands in her lap.
This is a new one. She's never had this many chains before. Both her hands are chained up, and now she's got one on her neck.
Should we be worried about the one around her neck? Why would you be worried about her restraints? If anything, they'll make your job easier.
This seems like a spooky game. It is. It is a spooky game, and I kind of love it. I left it and only had one arm chained. What the fuck happened? Actually, a lot happened while you were gone, Dizzy. Now that EK is here, and I'm sure she wants to know what's going on. So what's been going on is that the narrator has been telling us, hey, you have one job to do. Walk into this cabin and kill this princess. If you don't kill the princess, the world ends. Lots of different things happens depending on how we go about the situation. And then what happens is, depending on what we do in chapter 1, chapter 2 happens, and the characters, except for the narrator, remember what happened during chapter 1, despite the fact the situation has reset itself. For whatever reason, in chapter 1, the princess was quite antagonistic towards us, but we helped her anyway. The narrator was like, no, she has to fucking die. So they started narrating us killing her, to which we tried to warn them. The princess was like, oh, I see, you're trying to help me. They took the knife from our hands, cut her throat, we died, and then everything reset. Now we walked in, the cabin has now changed into a prison, and now she's locked the fuck up, and I'm not sure what's gonna happen this time.
Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall? Odd that in a place where everything seems to serve a distinct purpose, there would be something so obviously useless.
I was wondering that for the past 8 times that we've seen this. Why is only one of her arms unchained? And in this case, it just seems kind of odd that there's one just not there.
What an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
I'm not sure I need to do much of anything. Do you see how locked up she is? I'm sure just leaving here. I'm just gonna leave her here. Sit with her, slay the princess. Let's sit with her.
You step towards the princess, but she stops you before you get too close, holding up one shackled hand.
There's fine. I'd prefer we keep some distance until we've sorted this out.
Okay.
That's reasonable. We do have a weapon. Might as well put her at ease.
Sit where you were told to sit. Sure, whatever. We'll sit here.
You do as she asks and sit on the floor, still a good distance away from her.
Thank you. Now, what are your intentions for me?
Intentions? What do you mean? I've been here before. Am I the only one who remembers that?
Oh, are we acknowledging that? I thought we weren't going to give away the game. But yeah, I remember.
Her art style changed too. Her eyes aren't doe-like anymore. There are some art styles where her eyes are very doe-like. There are some art styles where the game says her eyes are sharp. Sometimes she has fucking huge eyes.
First you make a comment about having been here before, and now this. As much as I would like to remain in denial, it's no use. This has complicated things. It's complicated things how, exactly? Ideally, this was supposed to be one and done. You go to the cabin, you heroically slay the princess, and in the process you save the entire world from being damned to oblivion. The situation right now, where you're getting a second shot at things, is a contingency. A contingency for what? For you failing, obviously. And you being here means that things are going to be a lot harder than they were. I really shouldn't say anything else, I'm just going to make it worse. Just good luck.
Okay, he gave us a lot of information just then. A contingency? How? Did you set up this contingency? Why is it here?
If you knew this could happen, why didn't you tell us? All of this is incredibly valuable information. It would have changed our actions considerably.
Yeah, the skeptic is right. What the fuck? I'm on my way to the library after carrying a small human through the spooky store, so I might beep out again. God damn it, Mr. Sims. Yeah.
I needed you to be in the dark
Welcome
for
back,
as long
Diane.
as I could keep you there. It's important. Necessary, even.
Why?
And maybe I wanted to be the first version of me that you met. I didn't want to be confronted by the alternative.
Okay, but why?
That's pathetic.
Damn, alright.
I never said I wasn't.
Wow.
I get it. It would be pretty upsetting, wouldn't it? To know that you might not be the first version of yourself. At least we can remember what happened before. Seems like we should count ourselves lucky for that.
Shut up, hero.
Exactly, he gets it. You're lucky, so don't waste that luck by messing it up again. Alright? Moving on. Why is it important for us to be ignorant? How is it ever helpful to be in the dark? The more I say, the more your mind will swim into dangerous waters. Even saying that is too much. Your success hinges on you having imperfect information. For the sake of the entire world, you need to accept that.
They're getting off topic here. They need to go back to a desk at hand. I want to know what the fuck he's hiding. That's what I want to know. Oh my god, I know what I had to do? What do you mean you know what you had to do?
I won't. Fine. But you won't get another word from me on the matter.
This reminds me of the Stanley Parable. It is like that. It is exactly like the Stanley Parable, actually. Good call, Batra. Also, hi. Spy Family, I needed to catch up on. Needs new season, and I've missed so much. I haven't finished Spy Family, and I forgot the new season came out a while ago. Fucking damn it.
Yeah, sure. We'll just give it a rest. This isn't helping.
Focus. This is a serious situation. You shouldn't be daydreaming.
What happened after I died last time?
Nothing
Welcome
happened.
back.
You died. I went upstairs. I couldn't leave. I found myself in a new place in chains again. More of them. And now you're back.
Is that really all she knows?
She has no reason to withhold information. We tried to help her last time. I had to listen to this for a bit ago, get a good understanding on what the heck I'm listening to. I see. Back to lurking, I'll be keeping up with the manga. I love Spy Family. I mean, it's really cute, so. I mean, but yeah, Diane, do what you gotta do, man. I hope you feel better. She's not asking to be free, just leave her. I don't have that option yet.
It's not like we have much of a clue about how things work. And she's probably even more in the dark than we are.
You're looking at me like I might be hiding something. I'm not.
I guess it's possible she really doesn't know anything. Maybe both of us are stuck in this loop without any idea why or how.
What's the chain on the other on the other chain on the wall? What's that for?
I don't know, but you could always try it on. Maybe it'll fit.
I hope I don't actually have to say this, but please don't lock yourself in chains. We need you ambulatory if you're going to save the world.
I kind of want to do it now that he told me not to. What would you have me do?
Let me borrow that knife. Don't worry, you'll get it back.
That's ominous.
Yeah, a little bit.
But she seems confident. Whatever it is she has planned, I think she knows what she's doing. Oh, please, she's just putting on an act to disarm you. That much should be obvious. In case you need to hear a voice of reason, it would obviously be unwise to give away your only weapon. Though if she isn't bluffing, whatever she has planned might be for her benefit alone. There's no guarantee that what's good for her is good for us.
Yeah, but even if she can't leave. Even if she kills us and frees herself from the chain, she can't leave. We've already confirmed that from her story and other timelines, but they don't remember that.
So, what should we do? I don't know. I'm just spelling out our options, listing the pros and cons. Then let me help you. I'll start with the cons. If you're handing her your weapon, the cons are that she might use it to escape and end the entire world. And she might use it to kill you. That doesn't sound great. What about the pros? There are none. The pros are that we can't trust him, possibly even more than we can't trust her. Whatever she has planned could do something to mess with what he has planned. Or maybe they're both screwing us over in their own ways.
I wish we got more of the voices together to hear them all talk. So all the time she murders us, she can't leave the building, so there's no point in the murder, 'cause she literally can't leave. There was a time, I think while you were gone, there was a timeline where I did kill her. And then we just sat in the room and did nothing. And the only way to escape us sitting in a room and doing nothing for eternity was to die. And then she came back as a ghost. And in order to leave at that point, she had to literally possess us and walk outside with our body. So she literally cannot leave this place. I'm not giving you my weapon. My intentions earlier. You realize that I have as much reason to distress you as you do me, right? And then we give you my weapon because you killed me last time. No, that was, yeah. I'm giving you a weapon. Can't give her. If you want to leave, I'm going to be the one with the weapon. Deal with it. Okay, right, your own. And I'm just gonna leave here, actually. I can't save. Let's inspect the shackle.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
I don't care what you would do.
And why is that? Do I even need to explain myself? It's a shackle and it's one without a key. Do you want to be stuck here like she is? And what? Is it going to lock the second we put our wrist into it? I don't know. Maybe it will. He doesn't want us to look at it. That's all the reason we need to investigate. But what if he's telling the truth?
So?
He isn't. I am.
Let's inspect the shackle.
Against your better judgment, you approach the chain dangling from the far wall. The princess watches you with faux disinterest as you inspect it, though she can't fully hide her curiosity.
I'm failing to see what the exact point in bringing here. So our purpose as a player is to get as many different timelines as possible, so that way the entity can absorb the princess and become more full, I guess. I think we're also doing the same thing by living out these other timelines. I don't know what to what end though.
I don't want to say what I'm supposed to say next. What is that supposed to mean? It sounds bad. Is it bad? Yes, it's bad. Come out and say it then. You're just wasting time. Fine. As you hoist the shackle, its heft shifts within your grasp, as if pulled by some odd magnetism. Before you can so much as blink, it practically leaps from your hands, snapping around your neck. And, as if your situation weren't bad enough, the same magnetism repels your blade, which is flung from your hand and sent skittering across the floor of the basement. Excuse me? Yes? Are we stuck here now?
Resident of the Monk,
Yes.
Huh?
Huh, so it does fit. And I guess it doesn't like your knife. We're stuck here together, aren't we? That's funny.
Yeah, I guess so.
What are we supposed to do now?
I guess we just sit here, huh?
Can't even cut ourselves out. Guess we'll starve. That's horrible. It's not all bad. We learned a valuable piece of information. Not to touch things we're specifically told not to touch?
Shut up.
No, that there's something special about this loose chain. It's clearly important.
That's a good point, too. She didn't know. That's why she stared at us. So we're both stuck here.
Yep.
What should we do?
Wait, I guess. Maybe something else will happen. Maybe not.
Did you know this was gonna happen to me?
No.
Not one for small talk, are you?
Nope.
Fair enough.
That's rude.
No, not really. Small talk is kind of pointless when you think of it. Like, if you don't have really anything to say, small talk is kind of just talking for the sake of talking. Wait in silence.
You and the princess wait in silence, though neither of you knows what you're waiting for. But you're waiting for something. You're waiting for anything. This is so boring. There must be something we can do to get out of here. There must be something we're missing. But there isn't. Time passes. It passes and passes and passes. And the basement of the cabin remains much the same. It is cold and silent. At least the world is safe. It isn't. You're stuck. Too far away from both the princess and your blade to do much of anything. But she's not ending anything. She's just sitting there. Her very existence is a threat. It harms everything around it.
Okay, the narrator would absolutely kill baby Hitler.
How exactly does that work? It just does. But your line of questioning is interrupted by the passage of even more time. And after that, even more time passes again. And let me guess, the cabin remains the same. If time is passing, the cabin can't be the same. Even if the differences are small, they have to exist. That's just how things work. I suppose you're correct. Things are changing. The differences are small at first, a bit of weathering here, a bit of erosion there, but then they get larger and larger.
Have you noticed the basement changing?
I don't like small talk, remember?
Still rude.
That was a bit rude, yeah.
You continue to wait in silence, and the cabin continues to change. The decay comes faster now. You can see earth through holes in the stonework, can watch lichen spread along the seams of the walls. That doesn't make sense. Has our entire concept of time changed? What happened to starving? We should have died by now if the rocks around us are starting to erode. She hasn't starved. I guess she hasn't. Even more silent time passes as you watch roots push themselves through the increasingly porous walls of the basement. Dirt seeps inside, flowing across the stone floor like a liquid, covering the ground and threatening to swallow you both. Time continues to pass and pass, until suddenly there are no walls. And then... And? I think he's gone.
Would you look at that? We made it out of the cabin, and nothing bad had to happen to either of us. So this is the outside world. It's cold.
There's the entity again. But you do not get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go?
Yep.
Where's that? But it feels so bad. You're right. Part of me wants the truth, but something stronger is holding me back. Fear.
Approach the mirror.
Oh, don't.
Let's look at ourselves. The remains. You've unraveled. You find yourself in long quiet once again. She's there.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. We're supposed to be there.
We are?
Do you know what we'll find out there?
Is that a rhetorical question? Do you know? Do you want to tell me?
Rhetorical. I am not rhetorical. I have only known these spaces, and I have known flickers of the lives you've brought me, short and violent and full of passion. But all of those flickers end where the long quiet begins.
So you know there's something beyond the long quiet, but you don't know what. And how did you figure that out?
I'm asking you because I cannot know your mind. Do you know what we'll find out there?
There are trees, stars, and there are people, I think. At least that's what's supposed to be people. Do you think that anything real is... there's anything real out there? Do you think that we're real? Do you know what will happen when I awaken? Do you... yeah, let's do that one.
We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something. But nothing cannot exist on its own. And because of that, nothing can't exist.
When you send me back, I'm not alone. There are voices that speak to me. Some of them are me, but one of them is something else. I call him the narrator, and he wants me to kill you. Do you have a narrator? Have the vessels had one?
No, their thoughts are quiet. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
He does. I don't know why, but I know this for a fact.
I am on the cusp of my awakening. Perhaps you are on the cusp of yours.
There are trees and stars and there are people, I think. At least there are supposed to be people.
There is a warmth and sadness in me at the thought of people. Fresh tears on a winter's day. They are not like us. They do not last.
That sounds like we're gods then. Do you have thoughts on this vessel?
This one is cold and cynical. She has protected herself when others could not. She will make for a clever heart. Do not mourn her. She doesn't need to be protected any longer.
Do you know what's going to happen when you awaken?
If I did, I would already be awake.
That's not necessarily true. That's like saying you know there's something that you want to change about yourself, but you don't know what will happen when you change. And therefore, no, not necessarily. How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
One. Whatever you bring me next will be enough, and then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular, a final multitude.
The second voice seems to always resemble the situation of the princess. That's what I saw the last few times. How do you mean? If this is the last time, is there anything you would like me to bring you?
These gifts are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The only thing I want to see is what you choose for me when the thread is fully drawn.
Alright, I'm ready to go back then.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are.
I see.
I will be here, waiting for you.
Everything grows dark, and you die. Alright, last one, I guess.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Alright, chat. This time
You're
around,
here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
I'm gonna let you guys decide what we doing. Are we going to kill her? Are we going to try to run away? Are we going to save her? Are we going to attempt to kill her then save her? Are we going to attempt to save her and then kill her? What are we going to do? This was cold, the splitting was contrarian, the cynical had the same attitude as the skeptic. I may be wrong, but I don't know what the fuck is going on. It's kind of hard.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on
I don't think there's
is
any timeline
blade.
in which we gain her trust and then come back to kill. Actually, you know what? I take that back.
The blade
Here he
is
goes.
your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
I think I know what to do for that. We have to enter without it.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Okay, because we came without the knife, she's sweet this time.
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
Continue down the stairs.
Good. You're still listening to reason. It would be better if you had a weapon, but you may still be able to do what needs to be done. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
Talk a bit first.
Okay.
All right, official throw. Do you want us to we just go back and kill her now? Do you want to just go ahead and not say another word and then go back up and kill her? Or do we say, I'm sorry, I can't trust you, and then kill her? Just kill her? All right.
Thank you. You turn back to the stairs, intent on retrieving the blade in the cabin.
Where are you going? You can't just leave me here.
Ooh.
You'd better hope for your own sake that I don't slip these chains before you make it back down here.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing. She has to be bluffing, but I'd hurry if I were you. You rush up to the first floor, grabbing the blade, both yours and the world's only possible salvation. Okay, if we're sure about this decision, I'll support it. I suppose we have a world to save after all. You slowly creep down the basement stairs. It's quiet. Where the princess sat only a moment ago,
Damn.
there's only a severed arm, its cooling flesh still chained to the wall. And she is nowhere to be seen.
Damn, she got out of that quick as hell.
Is it just me? Or did this room get a lot bigger?
Did it get bigger? Hello?
Why don't you come closer? I have something to show you.
Alright, let's finish this then.
Your eyes dart to the corners of the room. You don't see her. Where is she?
Investigate the arm, close the door behind me. Close the door behind me.
You close the door behind you. Almost magically, its locks immediately click into place. Maybe they'll open if you finish the job.
Okay, come on, let's just get this over with.
I can wait. I'm very patient.
Wait.
You do your best to patiently wait her out, but eventually, exhaustion starts to set in. Come on, wake up. We can't fall asleep down here.
She's trying to bait you? She is, but I don't think we have a choice. Either we keep waiting and we fall asleep and she kills us anyway, or we go do what she says. So what do you want to do? Find her ass. Venture into the shadows? Alright, find her ass.
You step into the shadows. Too late, you hear the quiet patter of feet against the basement floor, followed by the taut pull and sharp pain of tearing flesh as the princess lunges into you from behind and drags you to the floor. The ferocity overwhelms you, and as the princess rends flesh from bone, your limp fingers lose their grip on the blade. It slips from your hand, your one last means of defense lying useless beside you in a pool of your cooling blood. I suppose you just lacked the will to fight back. This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. You shouldn't have let that fear creep into your heart. You had the upper hand, and now look at you. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Yeah, but you can't leave, so let's see what happens now in chapter 2. The Beast. Oh.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Proceed to the camera. She's gonna kill me again!
Again? People don't die twice. You haven't even met the princess, and I hardly think she'd be capable of killing someone as skilled and courageous as yourself.
Look at the narrator try to dick ride, bro.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. If he doesn't remember what happened, then something else must have trapped us here.
Voice of the Hunted.
You're not trapped here. Nobody's forcing you to do anything, though the only sensible thing for you to do right now is march up to that cabin and slay the princess. A warning before you go any further. She will lie. Does a cat lie to a cornered mouse when it plays with its freedom? Or is it just acting out its nature?
Oh, how very philosophical. I didn't get to go inside the library, but I do get food. I see. Well, at least you have food. What kind of food do you have?
I don't see why that matters. A lie's a lie, and if anything, she's the one who's cornered. She could have gotten out of there whenever she wanted to. We should trust nothing that she tells us, only what we hear and smell.
Wow, that Hunted is traumatized.
That's a very roundabout way of saying that you should listen to me and take this seriously.
No, they're saying we shouldn't listen to you or her.
Maybe. The interior of the cabin is ruinous and dilapidated.
Everything's crooked.
It feels like no one has lived here for a long time, wind rushing in through cracks and holes in the wooden walls. The only furniture of note is a termite-eaten table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Approach the mirror. Wait, I kind of want to see what this voice says about the mirror being there.
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. What a strange thing to lie about. Maybe he doesn't see it. Much like he hasn't seen what's already happened.
Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But it was there a second ago, and now it's gone.
I'm not sure what to do here, because how the princess acts will probably depend on if we take the blade or not. You know, we got the hunted with us. Let's take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Don't take the blade. Too late.
The door to the basement creaks open.
Is it on fucking
revealing
fire?
What's left of an old wooden staircase. It's still sturdy enough that you can make your way down in one piece, though you'll have to be mindful of holes. The air seeping up from below is oddly warm and wet, as if you're descending into a jungle. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
You've always taken the blade in the second chapter? That's what I was thinking too, but is there an option to not take a blade? There is.
She growls up the stairs.
I can smell you.
Kinky.
She sounds almost feral, impatient, or maybe eager. You carefully make your way down the stairs.
I think Official Threat was onto something about the parallels between the princess and our third voice, because our third voice is hunted and the princess is feral.
The last step gives way to the damp earth.
Does she have a fucking
floor of
tail?
A starlit pit. The walls are obscured by an impenetrable darkness, giving the illusion that the room might stretch on forever. You brush against the wide leaves of plants that surround you on all sides, seemingly the only living things that occupy this strange underground wilderness. The jungle is pressing in on us, hiding her from view. She could be anywhere.
I was trying to say anything, but hey, look, Amy. Amy's a bee, okay?
You see only a flash of the princess before she scurries away into the underbrush, dragging her heavy chain behind her. Remember, she's just a princess.
Nah, that's a whole ass fucking beast from fucking Beauty and the Beast, dog.
She is certainly not just a princess. You're not helping. It doesn't matter what she is. It only matters what she does. Her shining eyes appear between the leaves, staring hungrily at you from the darkness.
I can hear your heart pounding from the bottom of the stairs, fledgling. You're right to be terrified. I'm so much more than you. And a little splinter clutched in trembling hands won't save you from me.
A shiver rushes up your spine and pulls you upright. The air's shifting. She's getting ready to pounce. Move, now.
Don't you hear the clinking? She's in chains. We're fine.
We're not. Move.
Move.
In a direction on instinct. As you land, you're buffeted by a gust of air, disturbed by the sudden motion of a massive body. The princess.
She's giving spooky, but it feels like the middle schooler about to bite you. I ain't scared.
In an instant, she's pounced on the spot where you would have been, her chains rattling across the floor behind her.
She's like a mix of a dragon and a ferret with a lion's tail.
Before you can blink, she's gone, vanishing once more into the shadows. But you still feel her gaze on you.
You're faster than you were before, but you're still meek, reactive, prey.
She's a fucked up Chimera? Yeah.
You whirl around to find her, and your gaze meets hers, a pair of shining eyes peering out at you from just beyond the basement stairs. So she's cut off our escape. Shit. What do we do?
What do you want? You don't have to kill each other. If I helped you, what if we left together? You could get out of here on your own. You wouldn't have... if you could get out of here on your own, wouldn't you have already left?
You cannot reason your way out of this, fledgling. There's no compromise with what I am.
At least she's upfront about her intentions.
Okay. What do you want?
I want to swallow you whole, and I will get what I want. You have no exit. You have no hope. You live and die by my whims, and my whims alone.
Isn't she reasoning with you by saying she can't reason with her? That's more of the game telling me that I can't reason with her, not necessarily her. But yes, by technicality, you are correct.
Don't ask her what she wants, just slay her. Is that all the advice you have? We don't even know what she looks like. Some specifics would be very helpful. She's just a princess. Don't overthink it.
Narrator, you were like the least helpful thing in this whole entire game, bro.
She is clearly not. She's coiling for another strike. Be somewhere else. We're on the back foot. The back foot keeps us nimble, keeps us alive. It doesn't matter if it keeps us alive, if it eventually kills us. We need to take back the momentum. We need to do something.
Exactly how are we supposed to take back the momentum here? I think I have enough time for one thought, maybe?
We have the blade. I assume all she has are nails and teeth. Let's use our advantage. The steel claw is small and she is large. It's dangerous to fight back. It should only be a last resort.
Strike her in the gut. What does everyone else think? Okay, you also think we should strike? Anyone else? Anyone else want to weigh in on this? That's two to one. One says survive. Anyone else? Going once. Going twice. Alright, let's strike.
This isn't going to work. We're in her domain. We just have to stay alive. If we keep dodging her forever, we're going to get tired. We're going to slip up. We have to take a risk. As the princess lunges from the shadows once more, touching her with her blade will lash out. It strikes, cutting deep, and the princess loses her focus, crying out in pained surprise as she crashes into you. You're sent sprawling and can already feel the massive bruise blossoming on your ribs as she scrambles back into the darkness. Ha! Look at that! We wounded her, and she wounded us. Bad trade.
That hurt. Are you just the cornered animal you seem to be? Or could you be a rival?
She rears back, then leaps at you, more forceful, more ferocious, more serious. The scuffle is brief, and though you inflict a few deep wounds, you find yourself quickly overwhelmed by her savagery. You collapse to the floor. She wastes no time before pouncing on you in a flurry of claws and blood, your nerves barely able to keep up with the onslaught. By the end, you're lying in a nest of your own intestines, spine severed, blood rapidly draining out onto the jungle floor. The princess, drenched in both her blood and yours, idly prods your body.
This is the first time she's killed us in the second chapter.
No, that's it then. Cornered animal it was. Do better next time. I still need to devour you. And it doesn't count if you're dead.
We're not dead, we're... But you don't have time to protest her premature observation of your death, because everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 3? This is the first time we got to a chapter 3.
You're on a path in the wood.
Yeah, we are. And this time we're not gonna run until we die. We're taking her head on and we're winning.
You felt her. She didn't have a soft underbelly. She didn't have blind spots. What could we have done that would have saved us from her hunger?
What in the fuck is happening?
When someone tries to make you dead, you have to hit them back. You have to show them your authority. There's nothing worse than a bully that thinks they own you.
Great. So you've been here before. That doesn't bode well. You're not supposed to have been here before. This is supposed to be one and done.
Oh, shut up. It bodes fine. You're the reason we're stuck in this shit situation. Now I have to do the hard work of dragging us out.
They should have increased his voice when they did that. Do you keep moving on to the new chapter after you die? No, this is the first time we ever got a chapter 3. She attacked you because of adrenaline from their wounds. I see.
And how do you intend to do that?
This is the first time we've ever had 4 voices.
We're going to fight her, and we're going to win. There's a reason she slinks around in the shadows.
Well, no complaints here.
There's a reason why she slinks away in the shadows.
Now hold on. We're not just going to let the fact that he knows things about this whole Lupin situation go, are we?
He's not important. He can have his secrets for all I care. She's killed us twice now, and that's enough of a reason for us to want her dead.
What do you guys think? Should we go for the killer? Should we go for the kill? Or should we do something else? Let's see. What's the plan? The path different. The path is different than it was before. We'll talk about that in a second. I want answers. What is going on here? What do you know that you're not telling me? What if we just leave? What happens then? No matter what happens, it seems like all our answers are in the cabin. Let's see. Proceed. Proceed to the cabin. We're done with this. Turn around and leave. Path is different than it was before.
Ground is ground. It doesn't matter what shape it takes.
Hey, your computer made a weird noise. You should check that out.
If it looks different, that's because the situation has started to spiral out of everyone's control. So please, disavow yourself of the notion that you can just come back here and fix this place if you manage to make a mess, before that line of thinking leaves you yet another world in ruin. Though, as evidenced by you dying twice, it's safe to assume the fates of the worlds you've left behind don't concern you very much. Consider this your last opportunity to make things right. For you, and for the rest of existence. But especially for you.
We don't need your pep talk. I'll make sure we pull this off.
I want answers. What the fuck is going on here? What do you know that you're not telling me?
I've told you as much as I can without putting you at a disadvantage.
I'm already at a disadvantage. I died twice.
If anything, I've told you too much. Like that grumbling voice said just a moment ago, you've already died by her hands twice. You shouldn't need much else in the way of motivation.
Alright, what's the plan then?
Like I said, we're going to fight her.
That's not a plan. That is a assertion of will.
But we're so small.
We don't actually know how big she is. We just know she wants us to think she's big. And if she's going to treat us like prey again, then she is sorely underestimating us. One good wallop. That's all we need to put her on the defensive.
Alright, we can't really do anything else. Let's proceed to the cabin. That's a death wish, that's what it is? We've already died twice. What's one more?
You make your way down to the cabin. Your fated confrontation awaits. You know what to do.
We've already been over the plan.
I'm not sure that use violence counts as a plan.
It's a better plan than you had last time.
I don't like this. Don't try to keep us breathing. The interior is dark and overgrown.
It's just the mirror?
Vines and brush obscure so much of the place that, had you not seen the exterior, you might not have noticed this was a cabin at all. The only furniture of note, if you could call it that, is a knotted stump, a pristine blade embedded in its exposed rings. The blade is your implement,
You'll need it if you're going to do this right. Take it. We're not fighting a monster without a blade. Even if it's not a very big one. Great. That mirror's back. And it's where the door is supposed to be. What are you talking about? There is no mirror. There's just the stump and a narrow tunnel that leads to the basement. He isn't tricking us. Can you feel the wind? It's telling us there's a hole in that wall. Our eyes deceive us. If that mirror's blocking our way, just smash it and be done with it.
Press the mirror.
I don't know what you're planning, but you're making my job a hell of a lot harder right now.
Yes, of course, Stellar.
The steel claw makes us sloppy, too confident. We'll be faster without it. You step forward, approaching the small hole that leads to the basement, hesitating before you enter the princess's lair. You heard him. Stop hesitating and smash that antique. That mirror isn't part of this place. It's seeped through from somewhere else. It, if there even is an it, is a hallucination. Like you said, you've been here twice before. Your mind was bound to start playing tricks on you eventually. It went away after we reached out to it last time. Might as well try wiping it clean again. What's the harm?
Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward and wave your hand over the open hole leading to the basement. See? Nothing. Tricks of the eye. No one sense can be trusted on its own. You step forward.
I didn't want to not take the knife. What the fuck?
If there were once stairs leading into the basement, there is nothing left to attest to their existence now. There is only a long tunnel of packed earth, growing more narrow as you descend. It smells of mold and decay. The damp walls leave streaks of dirt along your body as you're forced to hunch, then finally squat down on all fours in order to continue. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
You always say that at the end of this.
As you crawl forward on hands and knees, you're met only with the sounds of ambient earth. No voice slinks confidently up the stairs. No entity threatens violence or pleads for safety. Stay quiet. Don't give her a sound.
Say nothing and silently proceed down the stairs.
You say nothing, maintaining the silence as you carefully make your way down into the basement. The basement is dark and cavernous, a gaping maw threatening to swallow you whole. There is no light here, save for what little starlight has managed to filter down the tunnel. And though you can't see the vastness of the space, you can feel it. You're exposed. Doesn't matter if we can't see down here. We know where she is. It would be better with a blade, but we'll make do.
They want to not take it. Staying quiet, are we? We don't have to do this. Step into the shadows ready to fight. Step into the shadows trying to lure her out. Try to lure her out.
You step into the shadows and are enveloped in total darkness. Your heart pounds in your chest, ears pricked, eyes wide despite the inky blackness, waiting for any sign of movement. What? You're gonna turn around the second she runs for us? You'll get us killed, you pathetic fool. There, she's about to strike. With the near silence of a determined predator, the princess erupts from the shadows. But you've already started your swift escape. Stop it! Fight her! The conflict in your heart, though usually of little consequence, slows you down just enough. You don't make it into the tunnel before you feel her hot breath at your back, rushing up your spine and closing in on your neck as her teeth press into your skin.
Okay, he's gone now.
Death. Again.
No? But death doesn't come. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Okay, let's go. You approach the mirror. Get some your reflection. There it goes. I don't know if I need you to be more careful. It doesn't matter, bro. We always end up back here. You are nothing at all. But that isn't right. You can't be nothing. You're You refocus your gaze, and then you see a figure, faint and veiled in shadow, just beyond the reflection. Are you me?
I think you know what I am.
A crack slides down the center of the mirror, splitting the image in the glass in two. And then another crack forms, and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. Oh, gross. I don't like that. So you're the narrator. I was wondering if I'd ever get to see you.
The narrator, yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help, after all. An objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far.
What are you? Are you something like me?
Oh, I'm nothing like you. I'm an echo, likely one of many. Somebody made you, after all, and I'm what's left of him. Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me.
I only have so many questions before we go back to the nothingness, so let's explore all of them real quick. I have a lot. Others like you. You said something like this before. Has every narrator really been different? I have so many questions for you. That's a nothing one. Does this hurt? Does it hurt when the pieces you break off like that? I'm so sorry. I don't want to destroy you. I will help you. Look for it. No. Every time I ask you something, a piece breaks. And part of me, or are you something else? I've met you many times. Have you been with all along? If you made me, then what am I?
You're the long quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death.
Are you a god, or were you a god? I was supposed to see all this, was I? What is the princess? Did you make her too? Or would you want to rid the world of death? Who cares about dying? I've died plenty of times. How am I supposed to rid the world of death?
By slaying the princess. Once she's gone, everyone will get to exist exactly as they are. No more fear, no more howling chaos, just life. Forever.
What is a princess? Did you make her too?
She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can. So I tucked a part of myself into the folds of this construct to guide you. Seems that every me you met did a real shit job of it, though.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't tell me anything. Mr. Sims turned back into the eye. We've reached full circle. If you made us, then I want you to know that it's been torture. If I destroy her, won't I be alone? Do you have anything to say for yourself, for all this hubris? After everything you've done to us, do you think anyone deserves to live? Do you know do you know that things won't just be worse if I destroy her? What would it be like to live in a world without her? Does anyone else know about this? Does anyone else know about us? So many questions. Others like you. You said something like that before. Has every narrator been different? Why couldn't you tell me all this from the start? I would help you destroy her. If she's capable of becoming whatever people perceive her to be, can't I just will her into something small?
As you are now, you won't be able to will her into anything. You don't work the way a living being does. Not anymore. And as you were before, you couldn't be trusted with the knowledge of what she is. No one could be trusted with that knowledge. Intrusive thoughts have a way of creeping in and ruining everything. It's why I had to die.
Well, no, that's why he isn't telling you shit from the start. He just told us why he wasn't telling us shit from the start. Of all things, why does she have to be a princess? Why couldn't she be like an ant or a slice of soggy bread? How am I supposed to destroy a fucking abstract concept?
With some amount of difficulty. But you're an abstract concept yourself. It would have been preferable if you had destroyed her within the confines of the construct, but when I shaped the two of you, I made sure that you were strong enough to see things through.
Glass breaking is sending me straight to hell. I'm gonna throw hands, Mr. Sims. It's not his fault. That's what they chose. An abstract concept is still a concept in part, so reduce it to nothing. This also kind of goes in turn with what happens when the princess possesses us. When the princess possesses us, she says, "There's nothing but broken glass in here." Of all things, why a princess? Why couldn't she be like an ant or a soggy piece of bread?
Are you asking me to spend my final moments psychoanalyzing you? She wound up a princess because you wanted her to be a princess. As to why, maybe she needed to be beautiful, important, above you, but on a level you could still approach. A herald of things to come. I don't know. Gods are supposed to be beyond comprehension. I really shouldn't try and anthropomorphize you like this.
That was a weak one. Okay, I told you. He already told us why he wasn't telling the shit from the start, because he didn't want us to know. It's literally as simple as that. If we found out that we could shape her to look like or be anything we wanted her to be, that would fuck up everything. Only got 3 choices before he dies? Yeah. What if neither of us leave this place? Does that work? Can we just stay here together and leave the people out of there alone? The people out there beyond the walls of the construct, do they know about this? No, I don't care about that. I don't care what they know. You knew better than to choose the soggy bread question? I can do whatever the fuck I want to. I don't see you playing the game. I'll see you playing it, alright? Who cares about dying? I've died plenty of times. What were we shaped from? We are playing it together? Mm-hmm. But if neither of us leave this place, does that work? Can we just stay together and leave people out of there alone?
It wouldn't work. Her nature as the shifting mound makes it so nothing can last forever as it is now. It wouldn't matter how long the two of you waited. Eventually she would find a way to leave. And then everything would change. Everything would face oblivion.
The narrator is Yaldabaoth.
And until then, the clock ticks on.
Alright, we got one more question to ask him, because the last one I have to say something snarky. No, be funny, smash the last one. The people out there are being, nah. Is there a difference between leaving the place and staying here? What's this supposed to do? You got this place a construct, but what's that supposed to do?
It was supposed to keep the two of you trapped here until the job was done, and it was supposed to guide your hand to help you see things through. The construct you're in exists in every world at once. Any time you failed, any time you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both you and her into a new world. But you're waking up to your true nature now. It won't be able to work like that anymore.
Run out of questions? Alright, we got other questions. I think you're out of time. I'm not gonna slay her, and I want you to know that before you die, for good. Rest easy, I'm gonna destroy her. Rest easy, I'm gonna destroy her as a lie. I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet. I still have to see what she thinks about all of this. Say nothing and watch him end. I think you're out of time, my dog.
So I am. It's like I said, I'm just an echo. And echoes always fade away. You know what you have to do.
As the final fragment of glass shatters, you see yourself with a newfound clarity. The narrator was right. Blech. You're the Long Quiet, a vast and I don't actually know how to pronounce that. Nascent god. And it is finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. Proceed to the cabin one last time. When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There is nothing for you to find.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me.
Hi.
It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
Have you? Do you know about the Echo? Did you hear our conversation?
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind.
Nascent definition, just coming into existence and beginning to display signs of future potential. I know the word and its definition. I don't know how to pronounce it. Yellow brother and sister? I don't think that means anything in context of the grand scheme of the universe. I'm the Long Quiet, but I don't really know what that means.
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the Shifting Mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
What happens now?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the Echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes.
So what are you, you're Death 13? You're the literal tarot card?
So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
Yeah, let's welcome chaos! Fuck yeah! There are so many stories you've left unfinished. Can we really just leave? Do you think we can do all of them or explore. Do you think you have a say in all this? Why is this all falling to me? Don't you have a say in this? Yeah, that's a good question.
Of course I have a say in all of this. You and I share reflections of each other's burdens, just as you and I share reflections of each other's gifts. If we didn't, The winding paths that brought us here wouldn't have been full of strife and conflict.
If you are always going to become this, then what was the point of me doing anything? Did it even matter what roads I walked if all of them would have led to this moment?
If you're saying that, it's because you don't yet understand. But we cannot use words alone to grasp at things that words cannot express. And you cannot rationalize with logic that which defies it. Violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it.
Is she about to kill us?
You are devoured. Pray for something bigger than you that stalks and slinks in shadows. But even after the pain of defeat, you returned. The dance is its own truth. It is the movement that matters, not the pause you mistake for an ending.
Are you sure you want are you so sure of yourself that the world would stop without you?
I know that I am movement itself. You've seen as much. You know it's true.
I don't know why she's so loud all of a sudden.
To question everything is to deny the proof of reality that lies in front of you. By believing in your suffering, you make your suffering real. In believing in your limitations, you placed a shackle on your neck. But even then, you remembered the impermanence of the material and watched as the walls of your prison decayed into nothing.
So it was going through all the endings that we had. In reverse order, actually. You read tarot now? Nice. I'm already sending in my answer, and I will accept her liberation. I'm welcoming chaos. I'm all about that shit. Freedom is what I'm about. My colleague just asked me a question. What did I miss? What's with the dramatic music? Nothing's really happened. I've just been asking her questions.
To be impermanent is not to end, but to change. And for the world to be impermanent is to make finite the suffering of all things. Would you strip that gift away and leave them all to suffer in their permanence?
That would be torture.
It would. Our purpose is to be and to experience, and their purpose is the same. To be permanent is to cease. To be paused is to be trapped. My masses mob you. There is no beginning to them, nor is there an end. There is only the flood of bodies, and every moment you hold every possible sensation at once, and then you hold them all again. And in the end, you returned it to me. For a brief moment, you were everything. A chaos that needed ordering, but without chaos, there is no reason.
You seemed in pain. I'm sorry for what I did to you, but that was the only thing I can do. I won't engage with you in violence. I get it. There's no need for us to keep fighting. I'll leave with you. I just don't know how. I think I understand you now.
You saw with a single pair of eyes what you needed dozens to comprehend. And now here we are, each with millions of eyes, and all of them opening to what we are. A shiver passes through you as unseen fingers, cold as the grave, dance across your skin. They remember the violence you inflicted on them, and yet they do not return it. I offer you a path to your redemption, and you take my hand in yours.
Oh, that's the ghost one. Okay.
You felt the pain you caused another, and you were willing to sacrifice everything you thought was you to set me free.
Where is she going with this? Like, can she get to the point? She's already said the point several times.
Without sin, there is no redemption.
Without redemption, there is no sin.
And without contrast, there can be nothing at all. Your lover drives a stake into your body, and another, and another, and another. Do I miss your heart because I can't stand to see it go? But the stakes meant nothing to you. You had a desire, and you set that desire free. You lifting me and me lifting you. Forever and ever and ever. Consumed by true belief, there was nothing that could hold us back.
The feeling never left me. That feeling never left me.
Then there's no need for you to fight what we are. Whenever you're ready, we can leave together. Hand in loving hand.
I'm ready. I want to leave with you.
Nothing brings me greater joy than to hear those words. The final peace lies with you.
Let's free myself. You fall into yourself. The body of an ancient creature stirs from its hibernation, and you feel the sensation in your lips you once couldn't fathom. Everything here, except for her, is you. You feel your wings spanning a cosmic scale, with twisted and crumpled and bound in agonized tension to a finite plane. You can feel the glass of the construct pressing in on you, confining you across infinite sides or infinite angles. You push back and strain against it, but it does not yield.
I love you.
Eisteddte. Take her hand. All at once, the unyielding tension breaks. You are free, and she is with you.
It's magnificent.
There are no words, no thoughts to describe absolute reality. Something that simply is. What happens now?
Everything. Just like it always has been. And just like it always will be.
Step into the infinite. You and she step forward into 1,000 dawns and 1,000 sunsets, each of which contain 1,000 more. You exist, and you are aware, just as you always have been, and just as you will always be. Though conflict is your nature, the two of you will never be alone, and the two of you will never know fear. You and she are finally home. Interesting. So to answer your question, the point was to say that you can't control everything. Everything is chaos. That was the point. The narrator tried to control our actions, and the more we fought against them, the more we didn't do what he wanted to, the more different things happened. Even when we did do what he wanted to do. Even when we did do what he wanted to do, nothing went the way he planned. It was a commentary about the freedom of choice, how you simultaneously have a choice and have no choice at the same time. As an expression of our gratitude, here's the track order for a special playlist just for you. If you'd like to take a screenshot, you can hide the UI by hitting H. Alright, we did it. I believe in the notion as well. Everything will happen just as it should. There's no fight against it. Yeah, there's no. I tend to choose the chaotic routes and things. Like such as Shin Megami Tensei, they always give you the choice of choosing law or chaos. and I always choose chaos because I believe in the freedom of choice, as well as the simultaneously contradiction of that there is no choice. Chaos is order and order is chaos. So you can't have one without the other. They're the same thing through a different perspective. But I guess that'll do it for us for now. But I will be back later today, in about 3 to 4 hours with Probably Magical, because I have another horror game for us to play. The horror game that me and Magic are gonna play later is more traditionally horror-like. It is called World of Horrors. So if you guys want to check that out, it's a 1-bit Junji Ito / HP Lovecraftian horror game with a card battler mechanic in terms of like JRPG style. I'm excited because I love cards, and Magic likes all the things horror like. So we're gonna go ahead and do that later today. Pay attention to the Discord if you want to know when that's happening. Let's see who we can rate out to though. I think Raps is doing her second stream. She's playing Moonstone Island. Beast is playing Alien Isolation. Yeah. So you guys want to see Rapunzel or do you guys want to see DZ Beast? Oh, you know what? Actually, I got a better idea. Let's see if we can find someone else playing Slay the Princess. We haven't rated anyone new in a long time. So let's go rate someone new. I don't know who this person is, but their model is cool. Let's see. How long have they been going? They haven't been going for that long. So let me just look around and make sure I'm not seeing anyone else we should go with. Yeah. Yeah, let's do this. All right. So I will see you guys later today. Again with Probably Magical. For World of Horror. Yeah, if you made it this far in the VOD on YouTube, comment I don't know. I love the chaos. Let's do that. Oh, you know what? Better yet, say I slayed the princess. That's what we do. But yeah, I'll see you guys later today. Take care.